Chapter 6. Colonialism as a System for Underdeveloping Africa. The black man certainly has to pay dear for carrying the white man's burden. George Padmore, West Indian, Pan-Africanist, 1936. In the colonial society, education is such that it serves the colonialist. In a regime of slavery, education was but one institution for forming slaves. Statement of Frelimo, Mozambique Liberation Front, Department of Education and Culture, 1968. The supposed benefits of colonialism to Africa. Socio-economic services. Faced with the evidence of European exploitation of Africa, many bourgeois writers would concede, at least partially, that colonialism was a system which functioned well in the interests of the metropoles. However, they would then urge that another issue to be resolved is how much Europeans did for Africans, and that it is necessary to draw up a balance sheet of colonialism. On that balance sheet, they place both the credits and the debits, and quite often conclude that the good outweighed the bad. That particular conclusion can quite easily be challenged, but attention should also be drawn to the fact that the process of reasoning is itself misleading. The reasoning has some sentimental persuasiveness. It appeals to the common sentiment that, after all, there must be two skies to a thing. The argument suggests that, on the one hand, there was exploitation and oppression, but on the other hand, colonial governments did much for the benefit of Africans, and they developed Africa. It is our contention that this is completely false. Colonialism had only one hand. It was a one-armed bandit. What did colonial governments do in the interest of Africans? Supposedly, they built railroads, schools, hospitals, and the like. The sum total of these services was amazingly small. For the first 3 decades of colonialism, hardly anything was done that could remotely be termed a service to the African people. It was in fact only after the last war that social services were built as a matter of policy. How little they amounted to does not really need illustrating. All, the statistics which show that Africa today is underdeveloped are the statistics representing the state of affairs at the end of colonialism. For that matter, the figures at the end of the first decade of African independence in spheres such as health, housing, and education are often several times higher than the figures inherited by the newly independent governments. It would be an act of the most brazen fraud to weigh the paltry social amenities provided during the colonial epoch against the exploitation, and to arrive at the conclusion that the good outweighed the bad. Capitalism did bring social services to European workers, firstly as a byproduct of providing such services for the bourgeoisie and the middle class, and later as a deliberate act of policy. Nothing remotely comparable occurred in Africa. In 1934, long before the coming of the welfare state to Britain, expenditure for social services in the British Isles amounted to £6 15 shillings per person. In Ghana, the figure was 7 shillings 4 pence per person, and that was high by colonial standards. In Nigeria and Nyasaland, it was less than 1 shilling 9 pence per head. None of the other colonizing powers were doing any better, and some much worse. The Portuguese stand out because they boasted the most and did the least. Portugal boasted that Angola, Guinea, and Mozambique have been their possessions for 500 years, during which time a civilizing mission has been going on. At the end of 500 years of shouldering the white man's burden of civilizing African natives, the Portuguese had not managed to train a single African doctor in Mozambique, and the life expectancy in eastern Angola was less than 30 years. As for Guinea-Bissau, some insight into the situation there is provided by the admission of the Portuguese themselves that Guinea-Bissau was more neglected than Angola and Mozambique. Furthermore, the limited social services within Africa during colonial times were distributed in a manner that reflected the pattern of domination and exploitation. First of all, white settlers and expatriates wanted the standards of the bourgeoisie or professional classes of the metropoles. They were all the more determined to have luxuries in Africa because so many of them came from poverty in Europe and could not expect good services in their own homelands. In colonies like Algeria, Kenya, and South Africa, it is well known that whites created an infrastructure to afford themselves leisured and enjoyable lives. It means, therefore, that the total amenities provided in any of those colonies is no guide to what Africans got out of colonialism. In Algeria, the figure for infant mortality was 39 per thousand live births among white settlers, but it jumped to 170 per thousand live births in the case of Algerians living in the towns. Similarly, in South Africa, all social statistics have to be broken down into at least two groups, black and white, if they are to be interpreted correctly. In British East Africa, there were three groups. Firstly, the Europeans, who got the most, then the Indians, who took most of what was left, and thirdly, the Africans, who came last in their own country. In predominantly black countries, it was also true that the bulk of the social services went to whites. The southern part of Nigeria was one of the colonial areas that was supposed to have received the most from a benevolent mother country. Ibadan, one of the most heavily populated cities in Africa, had only about 50 Europeans before the last war. For those chosen few, the British colonial government maintained a segregated hospital service of 11 beds in well-furnished surroundings. There were 34 beds for the 500,000 blacks. The situation was repeated in other areas so that altogether, the 4,000 Europeans in the country in the 1930s had 12 modern hospitals, while the African population of at least 40 million had 52 hospitals. The viciousness of the colonial system with respect to the provision of social services was most dramatically brought out in the case of economic activities which made huge profits, and notably in the mining industry. Mining takes serious toll on the health of workers, and it was only recently in the metropoles that miners have had access to the kind of medical and insurance services which could safeguard their lives and health. In colonial Africa, the exploitation of miners was entirely without responsibility. In 1930, scurvy and other epidemics broke out in the Lupa goldfields of Tanganyika. Hundreds of workers died. One should not wonder that they had no facilities, which would have saved some lives, because in the first place, they were not being paid enough to eat properly. South Africa's large working-class African population was in a sad state. The Tuberculosis Commission of 1912 reported that in the shanty towns, scarcely a single family exists in which at least one member is not suffering or dying from tuberculosis. Hospital services are so inadequate that incurable tuberculosis and other cases are simply sent home to die and spread the infection. In some areas, a single doctor has to attend to the needs of 40,000 people. The natives must pay for medical treatment. There is no provision for pauper patients. About 65% of the native children die before reaching 2 years. That was as early as 1912, when the basis of the South African gold and diamond empire was already laid. After this, the shanty towns increased, the slum conditions grew worse, and the government committed itself to pursuing the odious policy of apartheid, which meant separation of the races so as better to exploit the African people. Many Africans trekked to towns because, bad as they were, they offered a little more than the countryside. Modern sanitation, electricity, piped water, paved roads, medical services, and schools were as foreign at the end of the colonial period as they were in the beginning, as far as most of rural Africa was concerned. Yet, it was the countryside that grew the cash crops and provided the labor that kept the system going. The peasants there knew very little of the supposed credits on the colonial balance sheet. Because even the scanty social services were meant only to facilitate exploitation, they were not given to any Africans whose labor was not directly producing surplus for export to the metropoles. That is to say, none of the wealth of exploited Africans could be deployed for the assistance of their brothers outside the money economy. Multiple examples exist to substantiate the above proposition. the most wealthy colonies received greater social services under colonialism. Thus, the Rand in South Africa and Katanga in Congo had to provide for their relatively large working class. For many years, they approached the whole matter indifferently, but in the final analysis, enlightened self-interest made the colonialists realize that more could be gained out of the African worker who maintained basic health and who had some degree of literacy in industrial contexts. This was the same line of reasoning which had previously led the capitalist class in Europe to be somewhat freer in allowing part of the worker's production to go back to keeping the worker alive and well. In the cash crop producing countries of Africa, a similar situation existed whereby the tendency was for socio-economic services to decrease in colonies or areas which produced few goods to be shipped abroad. That accounts for the fact that Africans in the Gold Coast, Uganda, and Nigeria could be considered as having been better off than those in Dahomey, Tanganyika, and Chad. Within individual countries, considerable regional variations existed, depending on the degree to which different parts of a country were integrated into the capitalist money economy. Thus, the northern part of Kenya or the south of Sudan had little to offer the colonialists, and such a zone was simply ignored by the colonizing power with regard to roads, schools, and hospitals, and so on. Often at the level of the district of a given colony, there would be discrimination in providing social amenities on the basis of contribution to exportable surplus. For instance, plantations and companies sought to build hospitals for their workers because some minimum maintenance of the workers' health was an economic investment. Usually, such a hospital was exclusively for workers of that particular capitalist concern, and those Africans living in the vicinity under subsistence conditions outside the money economy were ignored altogether. The Arusha Declaration powerfully and simply expressed one of the deepest truths of the colonial experience in Africa when it stated, "We have been oppressed a great deal, we have been exploited a great deal, and we have been disregarded a great deal." The combination of being oppressed, being exploited, and being disregarded is best illustrated by the pattern of the economic infrastructure of African colonies, notably their roads and railways. These had a clear geographical distribution according to the extent to which particular regions needed to be opened up to import-export activities. Where exports were not available, roads and railways had no place. The only slight exception is that certain roads and railways were built to move troops and make conquest and oppression easier. Means of communication were not constructed in the colonial period so that Africans could visit their friends. More important still, they were not laid down to facilitate internal trade in African commodities. There were no roads connecting different colonies in different parts of the same colony in a manner that made sense with regard to Africa's needs and development. All roads and railways led down to the sea. They were built to extract gold or manganese or coffee or cotton. They were built to make business possible for the timber companies, trading companies, and agricultural concession firms, and for white settlers. Any catering to African interests was purely coincidental. Yet, in Africa, labor rather than capital took the lion's share in getting things done. With the minimum investment of capital, the colonial powers could mobilize thousands upon thousands of workers. Salaries were paid to the police officers and officials, and labor came into existence because of the colonial laws, the threat of force, and the use of force. Take, for instance, the building of railways. In Europe and America, railway building required huge inputs of capital. Great wage bills were incurred during construction, and added bonus payments were made to workers to get the job done as quickly as possible. In most of Africa, the Europeans who wanted to see a railroad built offered lashes as the ordinary wage and more lashes for extra effort. Reference was earlier made to the great cost in African life of the French Congo Railroad from Brazzaville to Pointe Noire. Most of the intolerable conditions are explained by the non-availability of capital in the form of equipment. Therefore, sheer manpower had to take the place of earth-moving machinery, cranes, and so on. A comparable situation was provided by the construction of the Embakasi Airport of Nairobi.
Because it was built during the colonial era, starting in 1953, and with U.S. loans, it is customary to credit the imperialists for its existence. But it would be much more accurate to say that the people of Kenya built it with their own hands under European supervision.
Embakasi, which initially covered 7 square miles and had 4 runways, was described as the world's first handmade international airport. Mau Mau suspects number of several thousand were to be found there, laboring under armed guard at a 1,000,000-ton excavation job, filling in craters, laying a 500,000 tons of stone with nothing but shovels, stone hammers, and their bare hands. The financial institutions of colonial Africa were even more scandalously neglectful of indigenous African interests than was the case with the European-oriented communication system. The banks did very little lending locally. In British East Africa, credit to Africans was specifically discouraged by the Credit to Natives Restriction Ordinance of 1931. Insurance companies catered almost exclusively to the interests of white settlers and capitalist firms. The policy of colonial reserves in metropolitan currencies can also be cited as a service inimical to Africans. The currency boards and central banks which performed such services denied Africa access to its own funds created by exports. Instead, the colonial reserves in Britain, France, and Belgium represented African loans to and capital investment in Europe. It is necessary to reevaluate the much glorified notion of European capital as having been invested in colonial Africa and Asia. The capital available for investment in the capitalist system was itself the consequence of the previous robbery of workers and peasants in Europe and the world at large. In Africa's case, the capital that was invested in 19th century commerce was part of the capital that had been derived from the trade in slaves. The Portuguese government was the first in Europe to ship captives from Africa and the last to let go of slave trading. Much of the profits slipped out of Portuguese hands and went instead to Britain and Germany, but the Portuguese slave trade nevertheless helped the Portuguese themselves to finance later colonial ventures, such as joint capitalist participation in agricultural and mining companies in Angola and Mozambique. As indicated earlier, many of the entrepreneurs from the big European port towns who turned to importing African agricultural produce into Europe were formerly carrying on the trade in slaves. The same can be said of many New England firms in the United States. Some of the biggest names in the colonial epoch were capitalist concerns whose original capital came from the trade in slaves or from slavery itself. Lloyd's, the great insurance underwriting and banking house, falls into this category, having been nourished by profits from the slave territories of the West Indies in the 17th and 18th centuries. The ubiquitous Barclays Bank had its antecedents in slave trading. Worms C. A Compagnie is a French example of the same phenomenon. Back in the 18th century, Worms had strong links with the French slave trade, and it grew to become one of the most powerful financial houses dealing with the French Empire in Africa and Asia, with particular concentration on Madagascar and the Indian Ocean. The example of Unilever in the UAC, which was highlighted in the previous chapter, also reinforces the point that Africa was being exploited by capital produced out of African labor. When Lever Brothers took over the Niger Company in 1929, they became heirs to one of the most notorious exploiters of 19th century Africa. The Niger Company was a chartered company with full governmental and police powers during the years 1885 to 1997. In that period, the company exploited Nigerians ruthlessly. Furthermore, the Niger Company was itself a monopoly that had bought up smaller firms tracing their capital directly to slave trading. Similarly, when the UAC was born out of the merger with the Eastern and African Trading Company, it was associated with some more capital that grew from a family tree rooted in the European slave trade. The capital at the disposal of the big French trading firms, CFAO and SCOA, can also be traced in the same way. The process of capital accumulation and reproduction in East Africa lacks the continuity of West Africa. Firstly, Arabs as well as Europeans were participants in the slave trade from East Africa. Secondly, the Germans intervened in 1885, although they had not been previously involved, while the French, who had led the European slave trade in East Africa during the 18th and 19th centuries, concentrated on colonizing the Indian Ocean islands rather than the East African mainland. Thirdly, German colonialism did not last beyond the 1914-18 war. Even so, on the British side, the capital and profits of the colonizing East Africa Company reappeared in the trading firm of Smith Mackenzie. The capital that was invested in colonial Africa in later years was a continuation of the 19th century along with new influxes from the metropoles. If one inquired closely into the origins of these supposedly new sources, quite a few of them would have been connected very closely to previous exploitation of non-European peoples. However, it is not necessary to prove that every firm trading in Africa had a first-hand or second-hand connection with the European slave trade and with earlier exploitation of the continent. It is enough to remember that Europe's greatest source of primary capital accumulation was overseas, and that the profits from African ventures continually outran the capital invested in the colonies. A conservative bourgeois writer on colonial Africa made the following remarks about the South African gold and diamond industries. Apart from the original's capital subscribed in the diamond industry, all capital expenditure was provided for out of profits. The industry also yielded large profits to the international firms which dealt in diamonds. These had a peculiar importance because a considerable portion of the wealth accumulated by diamond firms was later used in the development of the gold industry of the Rand. Similarly, in Angola, the Diamond Company was an investment that quickly paid for itself and then was producing capital. The combined profits of that company for the years 1954 and 1955 alone came to the total of invested capital plus 40%. The excess over investment and maintenance costs was of course expatriated to Portugal, Belgium, and the United States, where the shareholders of Diamond were resident. And Angola was thereby investing in those countries. In this sense, the colonies were the generators of the capital rather than the countries into which foreign capital was plowed. Capital was constantly in motion from metropole to some part of the dependencies, from colonies to other colonies via the metropoles, from one metropole to another, and from colony to metropole. But because of the super profits created by non-European peoples ever since slavery, the net flow was from colony to metropole. What was called profits in one year came back as capital the next. Even progressive writers have created a wrong impression by speaking about capital exports from Europe to Africa and about the rule of foreign capital. What was foreign about the colonial Africa was its ownership and not its initial source.
Apologists for colonialism are quick to say that the money for schools, hospitals, and such services in Africa was provided by the British, French, or Belgian taxpayer, as the case may have been. It defies logic to admit that profits from a given colony in a given year totaled several $1,000,000 and to affirm nevertheless that the few $1,000s allocated to social services in that colony was the money of European taxpayers. The true situation can accurately be presented in the following terms. African workers and peasants produced for European capitalism goods and services of a certain value. A small proportion of the fruits of their efforts was retained by them in the form of wages, cash payments, and extremely limited social services, such as were essential to the maintenance of colonialism. The rest went to the various beneficiaries of the colonial system. There can be little dispute over the credibility of the data which are available to amply demonstrate that colonialism, for the most part, aimed at developing the metropoles and only allowed certain crumbs to the colonies as incidental byproducts of exploitation. British colonial records are full of reports of royal commissions investigating this and that. The reports, upon which action was seldom taken, provided the best evidence of the appalling indifference of the colonial regimes to the needs of Africans. In the 1930s, there were riots throughout the West Indies because of the insupportable sufferings of the African descendants who were left stranded in those parts after slavery. The Royal Commission investigating the grievances found them so shocking that the full findings were not published during the war, lest they reveal that colonialism was hardly any better than the fascism against which Britain was fighting. It was out of that investigation that the idea of establishing colonial development and welfare, CD&W, was advanced. An act to that effect was passed in 1940, although it was not until 1944 that funds became available for CD&W loans to colonial administrations. The French also had their counterpart to CD&W in the form of FIDES, set up in 1946. From the earliest days of colonial expansion, there were two kinds of explanations of motives coming out of the metropoles.
One was very frank and appealed to the various chambers of commerce in European towns. It said simply that Europeans were in the colonial game because it was damned profitable, and that was that. However, there were other elements who thought it necessary to peddle a line about the welfare of the uncivilized natives. This was a continuation of earlier justifications of slavery on the ground that it carried the heathen Africans to Christian lands. As colonialism came under heavy criticism during the last decades, more deliberate efforts were made to whitewash it. Both CD&W and Fetus were part of the public relations propaganda of colonialism, striving to mask and deny its viciousness. Above all, both Fetus and CD&W were born of post-war conditions in Europe at the time when Western European capitalist nations were desperately falling back on colonies to save them vis-a-vis socialism and even from the competition of the United States. Mr. Bevan, a noted labor leader turned traitor to his class and spokesman for British capitalism, made the observation that the other two world powers, the United States and Soviet Russia, have tremendous resources. If Western Europe is to achieve its balance of payments and to get a world equilibrium, it is essential that African resources should be developed and made available. Any close study of the operations of CD&W and Fetus reveals clearly that they had nothing to do with African development, but a great deal to do with the welfare of capitalist Europe. The so-called development funds for Africa went almost exclusively into the building of economic infrastructures and into the provision of certain social services. Of the CD&W grants between 1946 and 1956, less than 1% was allocated to industries. In the case of Fetus from 1949 to 1953, the corresponding figure was less than 0.5%. Agriculture fared very little better, although that was of course the principal activity in which Africans were engaged. The colonial administration of Nigeria set up a 10-year plan, with hopes of borrowing heavily from CD&W funds. In that plan, the sum of £1,824 million was voted for agriculture out of a total of £53 million. Most of that agricultural grant was to be consumed by constructing an agricultural school and for providing salaries for British experts. Other British colonies drew up 10-year plans which had the same deficiencies as the Nigerian one, and indeed they were all apologies for the true economic plans, being nothing else but a series of disjointed projects drawn up by different government departments as extensions to their then existing activities. Thus, the plans could not be expected to break any new ground, and they completely ignored developmental features such as stimulating internal and inter-African trade. The high proportion of the development funds went into the colonies in the form of loans for ports, railways, electric power plants, waterworks, engineering workshops, and warehouses, which were necessary for more efficient exploitation in the long run. In the short run, such construction works provided outlets for European steel, concrete, electrical machinery, and railroad rolling stock. 1/5 of Fetus funds were spent on prestigious public works in Dakar, which suited French industry and employed large numbers of expatriates. Even the schools built under Fetus funds were of unnecessary high cost per unit because they had to be of the requisite standard to provide job outlets for white expatriates. Incidentally, loans were tied in such a way that the money had to be spent on buying materials manufactured in the relevant metropole. The so-called development funds for Africa were raised on the European money market by the governments concerned, and in effect the national metropolitan governments were providing their own bankers and financiers with guaranteed profitable outlets for their capital. In 1956, the French government started a scheme which was a blatant form of promoting their own private capitalists while paying lip service to African development and welfare. The scheme involved the creation of an institution called SDOM, Financial Societies for the Development of Overseas Territories. SDOM was nothing but an association of private capitalists interested primarily in the oil of North Africa, with large government subventions to achieve their goals. There were many telltale signs which unmasked the CD&W hoax in the eyes of careful and concerned observers. The colonial secretary set up a council to help him in allocation of grants, and it was dominated by really powerful members of the bourgeoisie, including directors of Barclays Bank. Since the CD&W funds were inadequate even for the hopeless 10-year plans of the colonies, the British government then encouraged the colonial administrations to borrow the rest of their finances on the open money market. That was another way of ensuring that African labor and resources dispatched surplus to greedy European money changers. Barclays Bank was one of the first to seize the opportunity of lending to colonial regimes to supplement the CD&W grants. That bank set up a special Overseas Development Corporation to assist Africa. The chairman of the bank assuring all that the development of the colonial empire and the well-being of its inhabitants is a matter that concerns every citizen of this great country. That was the language of public relations, which fit in very well with the sordid hypocrisy practiced by white men ever since they started killing and enslaving in the name of civilization and Christianity.
As part of the hypocrisy of colonialism, it became fashionable to speak of how Europe brought Africa into the 20th century. This assertion has implications in the socio-economic and political spheres, and it can be shown to be false not in some but in all respects. So often it is said that colonialism modernized Africa by introducing the dynamic features of capitalism, such as private property in land, private ownership of the other means of production, and money relations. Here it is essential to distinguish between capitalist elements and capitalism as a total social system. Colonialism introduced some elements of capitalism into Africa. In general terms, where communalism came into contact with the money economy, the latter imposed itself. Cash crop farming and wage labor led away from the extended family as the basis of production and distribution. One South African saying put forward that the white man has no kin, his kin is money. That is a profound revelation of the difference between capitalist and pre-capitalist societies, and when capitalism came into contact with the still largely communal African societies, it introduced money relations at the expense of kinship ties. However, colonialism did not transform Africa into a capitalist society comparable to the metropoles. Had it done that, one might have complained of the brutalities and inequalities of capitalism, but it could not then have been said that colonialism failed to advance Africa along the path of human historical development. Capitalism as a system within the metropoles or epicenters had two dominant classes. Firstly, the capitalists or bourgeoisie, who owned the factories and banks, the major means for producing and distributing wealth, and secondly, the workers or proletariat, who worked in the factories of the said bourgeoisie. Colonialism did not create a capital-owning and factory-owning class among Africans or even inside Africa, nor did it create an urbanized proletariat of any significance, particularly outside South Africa. In other words, capitalism in the form of colonialism failed to perform in Africa the tasks which it had performed in Europe in changing social relations and liberating the forces of production. It is fairly obvious that capitalists do not set out to create other capitalists who would be rivals. On the contrary, the tendency of capitalism in Europe from the very beginning was one of competition, elimination, and monopoly. Therefore, when the imperialist stage was reached, the metropolitan capitalists had no intention of allowing rivals to arise in the dependencies. However, in spite of what the metropoles wanted, some local capitalists did emerge in Asia and Latin America. Africa is a significant exception in the sense that compared with other colonized peoples, far fewer Africans had access even to the middle rungs of the bourgeois ladder in terms of capital for investment. Part of the explanation for the lack of African capitalists in Africa lies in the arrival of minority groups who had no local family ties which could stand in the way of the ruthless primary accumulation which capitalism requires. Lebanese, Syrian, Greek, and Indian businessmen rose from the ranks of petty traders to become minor and sometimes substantial capitalists. Names like Raia and Leventis were well known in West Africa, just as names like Mavani and Visram became well known as capitalists in East Africa. There were clashes between the middlemen and the European colonialists, but the latter much preferred to encourage the minorities rather than see Africans build themselves up. For instance, in West Africa, the businessmen from Sierra Leone were discouraged both in their own colony and in other British possessions where they chose to settle. In East Africa, there was hope among Ugandans in particular that they might acquire cotton gins and perform some capitalist functions connected with cotton growing and other activities.
However, when in 1920 a development commission was appointed to promote commerce and industry, it favored firstly Europeans and then Indians. Africans were prohibited by legislation from owning gins. Taking Africa as a whole, the few African businessmen who were allowed to emerge were at the bottom of the ladder and cannot be considered as capitalists in the true sense. They did not own sufficient capital to invest in large-scale farming, trading, mining, or industry. They were dependent both on European-owned capital and on the local capital of minority groups. That European capitalism should have failed to create African capitalists is perhaps not so striking as its inability to create a working class and to diffuse industrial skills throughout Africa. By its very nature, colonialism was prejudiced against the establishment of industries in Africa outside of agriculture and the extractive spheres of mining and timber felling. Whenever internal forces seemed to push in the direction of African industrialization, they were deliberately blocked by the colonial governments acting on behalf of the metropolitan industrialists. Groundnut oil mills were set up in Senegal in 1927 and began exports to France. They were soon placed under restrictions because of protests of oil millers in France. Similarly, in Nigeria, the oil mills set up by Lebanese were discouraged. The oil was still sent to Europe as a raw material for industry, but European industrialists then did not welcome even the simple stage of processing ground nuts into oil on African soil. Many irrational contradictions arose throughout colonial Africa as a result of the non-industrialization policy. Sudanese and Ugandans grew cotton, but imported manufactured cotton goods. Ivory Coast grew cocoa and imported tinned cocoa and chocolate. The tiny working class of colonial Africa covered jobs such as agricultural labor and domestic service. Most of it was unskilled in contrast to the accumulating skills of capitalism proper. When it came to projects requiring technical expertise, Europeans did the supervision, standing around in their helmets and white shorts. Of course, in 1885, Africans did not have the technical know-how which had evolved in Europe during the 18th and 19th centuries. That difference itself was partly due to the kind of relations between Africa and Europe in the pre-colonial period. What is more significant, however, is the incredibly small number of Africans who were able to acquire modern skills during the colonial period. In a few places, such as South Africa and the Rhodesias, this was due to specific racial discrimination in employment as to keep the best jobs for whites. Yet even in the absence of whites, lack of skills among Africans was an integral part of the capitalist impact on the continent. It has already been illustrated how the presence of industry in Europe fostered and multiplied scientific techniques. The reverse side of the coin was presented in Africa. No industry meant no generation of skills. Even in the mining industry, it was arranged that the most valuable labor should be done outside Africa. It is sometimes forgotten that it is labor which adds value to commodities through the transformation of natural product. For instance, although gem diamonds have a value far above their practical usefulness, the value is not simply a question of their being rare. Work had to be done to locate the diamonds. That is the skilled task of a geologist, and the geologists were, of course, Europeans. Work had to be done to dig the diamonds out, which involves mainly physical labor. Only in that phase were Africans from South Africa, Namibia, Angola, Tanganyika, and Sierra Leone brought into the picture. Subsequently, work had to be done in cutting and polishing the diamonds. A small portion of this was performed by whites in South Africa, and most of it by whites in Brussels and London. It was on the desk of the skilled cutter that the rough diamond became a gem and soared in value. No Africans were allowed to come near that kind of technique in the colonial period.
Much of the dynamism of capitalism lay in the way that growth created more opportunities for further growth. Major industries had byproducts. They stimulated local raw material usage and expanded transport and the building industry, as was seen in the case of Unilever. In the words of the professional economists, those were the beneficial, backward and forward linkages. Given that the industries using African raw materials were located outside Africa, then there could be no beneficial backward and forward linkages inside Africa. After the Second World War, Guinea began to export bauxite. In the hands of French and American capitalists, the bauxite became aluminum. In the metropoles, it went into the making of refractory material, electrical conductors, cigarette foil, kitchen utensils, glass, jewel earrings, abrasives,
lightweight structures and aircraft. Guinean bauxite stimulated European shipping and North American hydroelectric power. In Guinea, the colonial bauxite mining left holes in the ground. With regard to gold, the financial implications in Europe were enormous, and African gold played its part in the development of the monetary system and of industry and agriculture in the metropoles. But like bauxite and other minerals, gold is an inexhaustible resource. Once it is taken out of a country's soil, that is an absolute loss that cannot be replaced. That simple fact is often obscured so long as production continues, as in South Africa, but it is dramatically brought to attention when the minerals have actually disappeared during the colonial epoch. For instance, in the south of Tanganyika, the British mined gold as fast as they could from 1933 onwards at a place called Chunya. By 1953, they had gobbled it all up and exported it abroad. By the end of the colonial period, Chunya was one of the most backward spots in the whole of Tanganyika, which was itself known as the poor Cinderella of East Africa. If that was modernization, and given the price paid in exploitation and oppression, then Africans would have been better off in the bush. Industrialization does not only mean factories. Agriculture itself has been industrialized in capitalist and socialist countries by the intensive application of scientific principles to irrigation, fertilizers, tools, crop selection, stock breeding, and the most decisive failure of colonialism in Africa was its failure to change the technology of agricultural production. The most convincing evidence as to the superficiality of the talk about colonialism having modernized Africa is the fact that the vast majority of Africans went into colonialism with the hoe and came out with the hoe. Some capitalist plantations introduced agricultural machinery, and the odd tractor found its way into the hands of African farmers, but the hoe remained the overwhelmingly dominant agricultural implement. Capitalism could revolutionize agriculture in Europe, but it could not do the same for Africa. In some districts, capitalism brought about technological backwardness in agriculture. On the reserves of southern Africa, far too many Africans were crowded onto inadequate land and were forced to engage in intensive farming, using techniques that were suitable only to shifting cultivation. In practice, that was a form of technical retrogression, because the land yielded less and less and became destroyed in the process. Wherever Africans were hampered in their use of their ancestral lands on a wide-ranging shifting basis, the same negative effect was to be found. Besides, some of the new cash crops, like ground nuts and cotton, were very demanding on the soil. In countries like Senegal, Niger, and Chad, which were already on the edge of the desert, the steady cultivation led to soil impoverishment and encroachment of the desert. Racist notions are so deep-rooted within capitalist society that the failure of African agriculture to advance was put down to the inherent inferiority of the African. It would be much truer to say that it was due to the white intruders, although the basic explanation is to be found not in the personal ill will of the colonialists or in their racial origin, but rather in the organized viciousness of the capitalist colonialist system. Failure to improve agricultural tools and methods on behalf of African peasants was not a matter of a bad decision by colonial policymakers. It was an unescapable feature of colonialism as a whole, based on the understanding that the international division of labor aimed at skills in the metropoles and low-level manpower in the dependencies. It was also a result of the considerable use of force, including taxation, in African labor relations. People can be forced to perform simple manual labor, but very little else. This was proven when Africans were used as slaves in the West Indies and America. Slaves damaged tools and carried out sabotage which could only be controlled by extra supervision and by keeping tools and productive processes very elementary. Slave labor was unsuitable for carrying out industrial activity, so that in the United States, the North went to war in 1861 to end slavery in the South, so as to spread true capitalist relations throughout the land. Following the same line of argument, it becomes clear why the various forms of forced agricultural labor in Africa had to be kept quite simple, which in turn meant small earnings. Capitalists under colonialism did not pay enough for an African to maintain himself and family. This can readily be realized by reflecting on the amounts of money earned by African peasants from cash crops. The sale of produce by an African cash crop farmer rarely brought in £10 per year, and often it was less than half that amount. Out of that, a peasant had to pay for tools, seeds, and transport, and he had to repay the loan to the middleman before he could call the remainder his own. Peasants producing coffee and cocoa and collecting palm produce tended to earn more than those dealing with cotton and groundnuts. But even the ordinary Aquapine cocoa farmer or chaga coffee farmer never handled money in quantities sufficient to feed, clothe, and shelter his family. Instead, subsistence farming of yams or bananas continued as a supplement. That was how the peasant managed to eat, and the few shillings earned went to pay taxes and to buy the increasing number of things which could not be obtained without money in the middlemen's shops: salt, cloth, paraffin. If he was extremely lucky, he would have access to zinc sheets, bicycles, radios, and sewing machines, and would be able to pay school fees. It must be made quite clear that those in the last category were extremely few. One reason why the African peasant got so little for his agricultural crops was that his labor was unskilled. That was not the whole explanation, but it is true that a product like cotton jumped in value during the time it went through the sophisticated processes of manufacture in Europe. Karl Marx, in clarifying how capitalists appropriated part of the surplus of each worker, used the example of cotton. He explained that the value of the manufactured cotton included the value of the labor that went into growing the raw cotton, plus part of the labor that made the spindles, plus the labor that went into the actual manufacture. From an African point of view, the first conclusion to be drawn is that the peasant working on African soil was being exploited by the industrialist who used African raw material in Europe or America. Secondly, it's necessary to realize that the African contribution of unskilled labor was valued far less than the European contribution of skilled labor.
It has been observed that 1 hour of work of a cotton peasant in Chad was equivalent to less than 1 centimeter of cotton cloth, and he needed to work 50 days to earn what was needed to buy 3 meters of the cloth made from his own cotton in France. Yet, the French textile worker, using modern spindles, ran off 3 meters of cloth in a matter of minutes. Assuming that the Frenchman was not closer to God, who made the whole world in only 6 days and rested on the 7th, then there must be factors in the capitalist colonialist system which permitted the great disparity in the relative value of labor in Chad and France. In the first place, the Chad peasant was defrauded through trade so that he sold cheap and bought dear, and therefore received a minute proportion of the value that he created with his labor. This was possible not because of mysterious market forces, as bourgeois economists would like us to believe, but because of political power being vested entirely in the hands of the colonialists. It was a consequence of monopolistic domination, both economically and politically. Secondly, the quantity of time spent by the Chad peasant was longer because colonialism did not permit him to acquire the tools to shorten the hours required to produce a given quantity of raw cotton. To a certain extent, it would have been in the interests of the colonial powers to have had better agricultural techniques in Africa, leading to increased volume and quality of production. All colonial regimes sponsored some scientific research into tropical agriculture. However, the research was almost entirely devoted to cash crops. It was limited in scope, and it was more easily adaptable by plantations than by African peasants who had no capital. The pitiable amount devoted to agricultural improvement in Africa during the colonial period contrasts sharply with the increasingly huge sums that were devoted to research in Europe over the same period, with enormous benefits to both industry and agriculture in the metropoles. Side by side with the ill-founded claims about socio-economic modernization went the claims by colonialist apologists that European rule brought political uplift and emancipation. One of the long-standing arguments in this connection is that Africa was in chaos in the 19th century, and that tribes like the Ngoni and the Yao and Samori Sofas were killing left, right, and center. Consequently, Africa was saved by Livingston and Stanley. For the most part, such wild statements have no place in the works of the present generation of European scholars of Africa, since they are known to have no resemblance to reality. However, some writers still preach that the Bantu could be saved from the wasting struggles and from their general economic and technical backwardness only by the imposition of stable European government. Another supposed credit of the colonialists is that they developed nationalism in Africa. That is a superficial and mischievous claim which entirely ignores the numerous states in Africa on the eve of colonization and the direction of the revolution. Nationalism is a certain form of unity that grows out of historical experience.
It is a sense of oneness that emerges from social groups trying to control their environment and to defend their gains against competing groups. The nation-state also imposes order and maintains stability within its own boundaries, usually on behalf of a given class. All of those characteristics were present in 19th-century African states, some of which were much larger than the colonies arbitrarily defined by Europeans. It is true that the present African nationalism took the particular form of adopting the boundaries carved by the imperialists. That was an inevitable consequence of the fact that the struggle to regain African independence was conditioned by the administrative framework of the given colonies. But it would show crass ignorance of the African past to say that colonialism modernized Africa politically through nation-states, especially when the implication is that such a level of political organization and stability would otherwise have been impossible. One colonialist proposition that has at least an air of plausibility is that capitalism and colonial rule meant greater individual freedom for many Africans. Young men earning wages or individuals farming for cash became independent of the corporate demands of their families. It is debatable to what extent that was a worthwhile phenomenon, but it could be said to be somewhat comparable to the way in which capitalism freed the individual in Europe from the restrictions of feudal society and from such bonds as those imposed by morally self-righteous people. Nevertheless, when any given African did break from what were proving to be onerous extended family obligations, what freedom did he acquire? His choice of alternatives was narrowly dictated by the colonialists, and he was only free to participate in the money economy and in the European-oriented cultural sector at the very lowest and most uncreative levels. There is a more sympathetic school of historians of Africa who contend that to see colonialism as completely negative is to underrate the initiative of Africans. Africans, they say, moved boldly into the labor market, into cash crop farming, into commerce in some instances, into the educational field, and into the churches. Yet those were simply responses, albeit vigorous ones, to the options laid open by the colonialists. True historical initiative by a whole people or by individuals requires that they have the power to decide on the direction in which they want to move. That latter aspect had to await the decade of the 1960s. Within any social system, the oppressed find some room to maneuver through their own. For instance, under the slave regime of America and the West Indies, Africans found ways and means of gaining small advantages. They would flatter and con the slave masters, who were so arrogant and bigoted that they were readily fooled. Similarly, under colonialism, many Africans played the game to secure what they could. Africans in positions like interpreters, police, and court officials often had their way over the ruling Europeans. However, that should not be mistaken for power or political participation or the exercise of individual freedom. Under slavery, power lay in the hands of the slave masters. Under colonialism, power lay in the hands of the colonialists. The loss of power for the various African states meant a reduction in the freedom of every individual. Colonialism was a negation of freedom from the viewpoint of the colonized. Even in quantitative terms, it could not possibly bring modern political liberation to Africans comparable to the little that had been achieved by capitalism as an improvement of feudalism. In its political aspects, capitalism in the metropoles included constitutions, parliaments, freedom of the press. All of those things were limited in their application to the European working class, but they had existed in some form or fashion in the metropoles since the American War of Independence and the French Revolution. But Jules Ferry, a former colonial minister, explained that the French Revolution was not fought on behalf of the blacks of Africa. Bourgeois liberty, equality, and fraternity was not for colonial subjects. Africans had to make do with bayonets, riot acts, and gunboats. Negative character, or the social, political, and economic consequences. The argument so far has been aimed at showing that benefits from colonialism were small, and that they were not gifts from the colonialists, but rather fruits of African labor and resources for the most part. Indeed, what was called the development of Africa by the colonialists was a cynical shorthand expression for the intensification of colonial exploitation in Africa to develop capitalist Europe. The analysis has gone beyond that to demonstrate that numerous false claims are made purporting to show that Europe developed Africa in the sense of bringing about social order, nationalism, and economic modernization. However, all of that would still not permit the conclusion that colonialism had a negative impact on Africa's development. In offering the view that colonialism was negative, the aim is to draw attention to the way that previous African development was blunted, halted, and turned back. In place of that interruption and blockade, nothing of compensatory value was introduced. Colonialization of Africa lasted for just over 70 years in most parts of the continent. That is an extremely short period within the context of universal historical development. Yet it was precisely in those years that, in other parts of the world, the rate of change was greater than ever before. As has been illustrated, capitalist countries revolutionized their technology to enter the nuclear age. Meanwhile, socialism was inaugurated, lifting semi-feudal, semi-capitalist Russia to a level of sustained economic growth higher than that ever experienced in a capitalist country. Socialism did the same for China and North Korea, guaranteeing the well-being and independence of the state, as well as reorganizing the internal social arrangements in a far more just manner than ever before. It is against those decisive changes that events in Africa have to be measured. To mark time, or even to move slowly while others leap ahead, is virtually equivalent to going backward. Certainly, in relative terms, Africa's position vis-à-vis its colonizers became more disadvantageous in the political, economic, and military spheres. The decisiveness of the short period of colonialism and its negative consequences for Africa spring mainly from the fuel that Africa lost power. Power is the ultimate determinant in human society, being basic to the relations within any group and between groups. It implies the ability to defend one's interests and, if necessary, to impose one's will by any means available. In relations between peoples, the question of power determines maneuverability in bargaining, the extent to which one people respect the interests of another, and, eventually, the extent to which a people survive as a physical and cultural entity. When one society finds itself forced to relinquish power entirely to another society, that in itself is a form of underdevelopment. During the centuries of pre-colonial trade, some control over social, political, and economic life was retained in Africa, in spite of the disadvantageous commerce with Europeans. That little control over internal matters disappeared under colonialism. Colonialism went much further than trade. It meant a tendency towards direct appropriation by Europeans of the social institutions within Africa. Africans ceased to set indigenous cultural goals and standards and lost full command of training young members of the society. Those were undoubtedly major steps backward. The Tunisian, Albert Memmi, puts forward the following proposition, quote, "The most serious blow suffered by the colonized is being removed from history and from the community. Colonization usurps any free role in either war or peace, every decision contributing to his destiny and that of the world, and all cultural and social responsibility." Unquote. Sweeping as that statement may initially appear, it is entirely true. The removal from history follows logically from the loss of power which colonialism represented. The power to act independently is the guarantee to participate actively and consciously in history. To be colonized is to be removed from history, except in the most passive sense. A striking illustration of the fact that colonial Africa was a passive object is seen in its attraction for white anthropologists who came to study primitive society. Colonialism determined that Africans were no more makers of history than were beetles, objects to be looked at under a microscope and examined for unusual features. The negative impact of colonialism in political terms was quite dramatic. Overnight, African political states lost their power, independence, and meaning, irrespective of whether they were big empires or small polities. Certain traditional rulers were kept in office, and the formal structure of some kingdoms was partially retained, but the substance of political life was quite different. Political power had passed into the hands of foreign overlords. Of course, numerous African states in previous centuries had passed through the cycle of growth and decline. But colonial rule was different. So long as it lasted, not a single African state could flourish. To be specific, it must be noted that colonialism crushed by force the surviving feudal states of North Africa, that the French wiped out the large Muslim states of the Western Sudan, as well as Dahomey and kingdoms in Madagascar, that the British eliminated Egypt, the Mahdist Sudan, Asante, Benin, the Yoruba kingdoms, Swaziland, Matabeleland, the Lotse, and the East African Lake kingdoms as great states. It should further be noted that a multiplicity of smaller and growing states were removed from the face of Africa by the Belgians, Portuguese, British, French, Germans, Spaniards, and Italians. Finally, those that appeared to survive were nothing but puppet creations. For instance, the Sultan of Morocco retained nominal existence under colonial rule, which started in 1912, and the same applied to the Bey of Tunis, but Morocco and Tunisia were just as much under the power of French colonial administrators as Algeria, where the feudal rulers were removed altogether. Sometimes the African rulers who were chosen to serve as agents of foreign colonial rule were quite obviously nothing but puppets. The French and Portuguese were in the habit of choosing their own African chiefs. The British went to Igbo land and invented warrant chiefs, and all the colonial powers found it convenient to create superior or paramount rulers. Very often the local population despised such colonial stooges. There were traditional rulers such as the Sultan of Sokoto, the Kabaka of Buganda, and the Asante Hene of Asante, who retained a great deal of prestige in the eyes of Africans, lest they find themselves in the Seychelles Islands as guests of His Majesty's government. One can go so far as to say that colonial rule meant the effective eradication of African political power throughout the continent, since Liberia and Ethiopia could no longer function as independent states within the context of continent-wide colonialism. Liberia in particular had to bow before foreign political, economic, and military pressures in a way that no genuinely independent state could have accepted. And although Ethiopia held firm until 1936, most European capitalist nations were not inclined to treat Ethiopia as a sovereign state, primarily because it was African, and Africans were supposed to be colonial subjects.
The pattern of arrest of African political development has some features which can only be appreciated after careful scrutiny and the taking away of the blinkers which the colonizers put on the eyes of their subjects. An interesting case in point is that of women's role in society. Until today, capitalist society has failed to resolve the inequality between man and woman which was entrenched in all modes of production prior to socialism. The colonialists in Africa occasionally paid lip service to women's education and emancipation, but objectively, there was deterioration in the status of women owing to colonial rule. A realistic assessment of the role of women in independent pre-colonial Africa shows two contrasting but combined tendencies. In the first place, women were exploited by men through polygamous arrangements designed to capture the labor power of women. As always, exploitation was accompanied by oppression, and there is evidence to the effect that women were sometimes treated like beasts of burden, as, for instance, in Muslim African societies. Nevertheless, there was a counter-tendency to ensure the dignity of women to greater or lesser degree in all African societies. Mother right was a prevalent feature of African societies, and particular women held a variety of privileges based on the fact that they were the keys to inheritance. More important still, some women had real power in the political sense, exercised either through religion or directly within the political constitutional apparatus. In Mozambique, the widow of an Nguni king became the priestess in charge of the shrine set up in the burial place of her deceased husband, and the reigning king had to consult her on all important matters. In a few instances, women were actually heads of state. Among the Lovadu of Transvaal, the key figure was the Rain Queen, combining political and religious functions. The most frequently encountered role of importance played by women was that of Queen Mother or Queen Sister. In practice, that post was filled by a female of royal blood, who might be mother, sister, or aunt of the reigning king in places such as Mali, Asante, and Buganda. Her influence was considerable, and there were occasions when the Queen Mother was the real power and the male king a mere puppet. What happened to African women under colonialism is that the social, religious, constitutional, and political privileges and rights disappeared, while the economic exploitation continued and was often intensified. It was intensified because the division of labor according to sex was frequently disrupted. Traditionally, African men did the heavy labor of felling trees, clearing land, building houses, apart from conducting warfare and hunting. When they were required to leave their farms to seek employment, women remained behind, burdened with every task necessary for the survival of themselves, the children, and even the men as far as foodstuffs were concerned. Moreover, since men entered the money sector more easily and in greater numbers than women, women's work became greatly inferior to that of men within the new value system of colonialism. Men's work was modern, and women's was traditional and backward. Therefore, the deterioration in the status of African women was bound up with the consequent loss of the right to set indigenous standards of what work had merit and what did not. One of the most important manifestations of historical arrest and stagnation in colonial Africa is that which commonly goes under the title of tribalism. That term, in its common journalistic setting, is understood to mean that Africans have a basic loyalty to tribe rather than nation, and that each tribe still retains a fundamental hostility towards its neighboring tribes. The examples favored by the capitalist press and bourgeois scholarship are those of the Congo and Nigeria. Their accounts suggest that Europeans tried to make a nation out of the Congolese and Nigerian peoples, but they failed because the various tribes had their age-long hatreds, and as soon as the colonial power went, the natives returned to killing each other. To this phenomenon, Europeans often attach the word atavism to carry the notion that Africans were returning to their primitive savagery. Even a cursory survey of the African past shows that such assertions are the exact opposite of the truth. It is necessary to discuss briefly what comprises a tribe, a term that has been avoided in this analysis, partly because it usually carries derogatory connotations, and partly because of its vagueness and the loose ways in which it's employed in the literature on Africa. Following the principle of family living, Africans were organized in groups which had common ancestors. Theoretically, the tribe was the largest group of people claiming descent from a common ancestor at some time in the remote past. Generally, such a group, therefore, could be said to be of the same ethnic stock, and their language would have a great deal in common. Beyond that, members of a tribe were seldom all members of the same political unit, and very seldom indeed did they all share a common social purpose in terms of activities such as trade and warfare. Instead, African states were sometimes based entirely on part of the members of a given ethnic group, or more usually, on an amalgamation of members of different ethnic communities. All of the large states in 19th century Africa were multi-ethnic, and their expansion was continually making anything like tribal loyalty a thing of the past, substituting in its place national and class ties. However, in all parts of the world, that substitution of national and class ties for purely ethnic ones is a lengthy historical process. Invariably, there remains for long periods certain regional pockets of individuals who have their own narrow regional loyalties springing from ties of kinship, language, and culture. In Asia, the feudal states of Vietnam and Burma both achieved a considerable degree of national homogeneity over the centuries before colonial rule. But there were pockets of tribes or minorities who remained outside the effective sphere of the nation-state and the national economy and culture. In the first place, colonialism blocked the further evolution of national solidarity because it destroyed the particular Asian or African states which were the principal agents for achieving the liquidation of fragmented loyalties. In the second place, because ethnic and regional loyalties, which go under the name of tribalism, could not be effectively resolved by the colonial state, they tended to fester and grow in unhealthy forms. Indeed, the colonial powers sometimes saw the value of stimulating the internal tribal jealousies so as to keep the colonized from dealing with their principal contradiction with the European overlords, that is, the classic technique of divide and rule. Certainly, the Belgians consciously fostered that. The racist whites in South Africa had by the 1950s worked out a careful plan to develop the oppressed African population as Zulu, as Xhosa, and as Soto, so that the march towards broader African national and class solidarities could be stopped and turned back.
The civil war in Nigeria is generally regarded as having been a tribal affair. To accept such a contention would mean extending the definition of tribe to cover Shell oil and Gulf oil. But, quite apart from that, it must be pointed out that nowhere in the history of pre-colonial independent Nigeria can anyone point to the massacre of Igbos by Hausas or any incident which suggests that people up to the 19th century were fighting each other because of ethnic origin. Of course, there were wars, but they had a rational basis in trade rivalry, religious contentions, and the clashes of political expansion. What came to be called tribalism at the beginning of the new epoch of political independence in Nigeria was itself a product of the way that people were brought together under colonialism so as to be exploited. It was a product of administrative devices, of entrenched regional separations, of differential access by particular ethnic groups into the colonial economy and culture. Both Uganda and Kenya in East Africa are also situations in which a supposedly tribal factor continued to be preeminent. There is no doubt that the existence of the Buganda kingdom within independent Uganda posed certain problems, but even after misapplying the definition of tribe to the Baganda, it still remains true that the Baganda problem was a colonial problem. It was created by the presence of the missionaries and the British, by the British Malo land settlement in Uganda in 1900, and by the use which Britain made of the Baganda ruling class as sub-imperialists within the colony of Uganda. In Kenya, the pattern of colonialism was different from that in Uganda because of the presence of white settlers. No African group was allowed any power in the capacity of NCOs for the colonial office, since the white settlers themselves filled the role. The white settlers took the best land and then tried to create a new world with African labor. However, the African community which lay outside the immediate white settler sector was regulated along tribal lines. One of the numerous royal commissions of British colonialism published a report on Kenya in 1934. A contemporary Kenyan historian commented on the report as follows. The commission's recommendations, which were accepted by the British government, implied that Kenya was to be partitioned into two racial blocs African and European, and in the African sector, all economic, social, and political developments were to be conducted on tribal lines. Racialism thus became institutionalized. Human activity within small groups connected only by kinship relations, such as the tribe, is a very transient phase through which all continents passed in the phase of communalism. When it ceased to be transient and became institutionalized in Africa, that was because colonialism interrupted African development. That is what is implied in Memmi's reference to Africans being removed from history. Revolutionary African thinkers such as Frantz Fanon and Amilcar Cabral expressed the same sentiments somewhat differently when they spoke of colonialism having made Africans into objects of history. Colonized Africans, like pre-colonial African chattel slaves, were pushed around into positions which suited European interests and which were damaging to the African continent and its peoples. In continuation, some further socio-economic implications of that situation will be examined. Pre-colonial trade had started the trend of the disintegration of African economics and their technological impoverishment. Colonial rule sped up that trend. The story is often told that in order to make a telephone call in Accra, in the British colony of the Gold Coast, to Abidjan in the adjacent French colony of Ivory Coast, it was necessary to be connected first with an operator in London and then with an operator in Paris who could offer a line to Abidjan. That was one reflection of the fact that the Gold Coast economy was integrated into the British economy, and the Ivory Coast economy was integrated into the French economy, while the neighboring African colonies had little or no effective economic relations. The following conclusion reached by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in 1959 goes directly to the point. The most outstanding characteristic of the transportation systems of Africa is the comparative isolation in which they have developed within the confines of individual countries and territories. This is reflected in the lack of links between countries and territories within the same geographical subregion. Some African trade did persist across colonial boundaries. For instance, the centuries-old trade in cola nuts and gold from the forests of West Africa to North Africa never completely ceased. Besides, new forms of African trade developed, notably with regard to supplying foodstuffs to towns or cash crop areas where there was insufficiency of food. That kind of trade could be entirely within a colony, or it could cross colonial boundaries. However, the sum total of energy that went into expansion of inter-African trade was extremely small in comparison with trade that was export-oriented. Since this inter-African trade did not bring benefits to Europeans, it was not encouraged by them, and up to the latter part of the colonial period, only 10% of Africa's trade was internal. It is also worth noting that Africa was denied the opportunity to develop healthy trade links with parts of the world other than Europe and North America. Some trade persisted across the Indian Ocean, but on the whole, it is fair to say that the roads in Africa led to the seaports and the sea lanes led to Western Europe and North America. That kind of lopsidedness is today part of the pattern of underdevelopment and dependence. The damaging impact of capitalism on African technology is even more clearly measurable in the colonial period than in the earlier centuries. In spite of the slave trade and of the import of European goods, most African handicraft industries still had vitality at the start of the colonial period. They had undergone no technological advance and they had not expanded, but they had survived. The mass production of the more recent phase of capitalism virtually obliterated African industries like cloth, salt, soap, iron, and even pottery making. In North Africa, handicraft industries had made the greatest advances before colonialism in spheres ranging from brasswork to woolens. As in the towns of feudal Europe, craft workshops flourished in Algerian towns like Oran, Constantine, Algiers, and Telem. But French colonialism destroyed the handicraft industries and threw thousands out of work. The same thing had happened in Europe itself when new machines threw artisans out of employment in places like Lancashire and Lyon. But in that instance, the new machines became the basis of the prevailing mode of production, and formerly independent artisans returned to factories as proletarians to master different skills and expand the productive capacity of their society. In Africa, it was simply destruction without redress. By the time political independence was achieved, surviving craftsmanship had been turned towards attracting tourists rather than meeting the real needs of African people.
Besides, as was true of the European slave trade, the destruction of technology under colonialism must be related to the barriers raised in the path of African initiative. The vast majority of Africans drawn into the colonial money economy were simply providing manual labor, which stimulated perspiration rather than scientific initiative. Africans connected to the trading sector were sometimes successful in a limited way. The resourcefulness of West African market women is well known, but it was put to petty purposes. The problem posed to capitalists and workers in Europe while making insecticide from African pyrethrum was one requiring that resourcefulness be expressed in a technical direction. But the problem posed to an African market woman by the necessity to make a penny more profit on every tin of imported sardines was resolved sometimes by a little more vigor, sometimes by a touch of dishonesty, and sometimes by resort to juju. Colonialism induced the African iron worker to abandon the process of extracting iron from the soil and to concentrate instead on working scraps of metal imported from Europe. The only compensation for that interruption would have been the provision of modern techniques in the extraction and processing of iron. However, those techniques were debarred from Africa on the basis of the International Division of Labor under imperialism. As was seen earlier, the non-industrialization of Africa was not left to chance. It was deliberately enforced by stopping the transference to Africa of machinery and skills, which would have given competition to European industry in that epoch. In the period of African development preceding colonialism, some areas moved faster than others and provided the nuclei for growth on a wide regional basis. Northern Nigeria was one of those, and it virtually went to sleep during the colonial period. The British cut it off from the rest of the Muslim world and fossilized the social relations so that the serfs could not achieve any change at the expense of the ruling aristocracy. On every continent and within nation-states, some features of growth were always more outstanding than others and thereby offered a lead to the rest of the society. The towns played that role in late feudal European society, while the electrical industry was an example of a similar impetus for development in metropolitan capitalist society in the first decades of this century. Colonialism provided Africa with no real growth points. For instance, a colonial town in Africa was essentially a center of administration rather than industry. Towns did attract large numbers of Africans, but only to offer them a very unstable life based on unskilled and irregular employment. European towns had slums, but the squalor of towns in underdeveloped countries is a special phenomenon. It was a consequence of the inability of those towns to play the role of expanding the productive base. Fortunately, Africa was never as badly off in this respect as Asia and Latin America. Instead of speeding up growth, colonial activities, such as mining and cash crop farming, sped up the decay of traditional African life. In many parts of the continent, vital aspects of culture were adversely affected. Nothing better was substituted, and only a lifeless shell was left. The capitalist forces behind colonialism were interested in little more than the exploitation of labor. Even areas that were not directly involved in the money economy exploited labor. In extracting that labor, they tampered with the factor that was the very buttress of the society. For African, traditional life, when deprived of its customary labor force and patterns of work, was no longer traditional. During the colonial era, many thinly populated villages appeared in Central and Southern Africa, comprising women, children, and old men. They practiced subsistence agriculture, which was not productive enough, and colonialists contrasted them with cash crop areas, which in comparison were flourishing.
However, it was precisely the impact of colonialism which left so many villages deserted and starving because the able-bodied males had gone off to labor elsewhere. Any district deprived of its effective laboring population could not be expected to develop. There were several spots within different colonies which were sufficiently far removed from towns and colonial administration that they neither grew cash crops nor supplied labor. In southern Sudan, for instance, there were populations who continued to live a life not dissimilar to that which they had followed in previous centuries. Yet even for such traditional African societies, the scope for development no longer existed. They were isolated by the hold which the colonialists had on the rest of the continent. They could not interact with other parts of Africa. They were subject to increasing encroachment by the money economy and were more and more to be regarded as historical relics. The classic example of this type of obstructed historical development is to be found in the United States, where the indigenous population of Indians who survived slaughter by the whites were placed in reservations and condemned to stagnation. Indian reservations in North America are living museums to be visited by white tourists who purchase curios. In South Africa and Rhodesia, the policy of establishing native reserves was openly followed. Inside a reserve, the major means of production was the land, but the quantity and fertility of the land allocated was entirely inadequate to support the numbers of Africans who were driven in. The reserves were reservoirs of cheap labor and dumping grounds for those who could not be accommodated within the money economy of the racist southern section of Africa. Further north, there were no areas named as reserves except in colonial Kenya and to a very limited extent in Tanganyika. But the money economy of colonialism was a growing sector. That is not to be denied. However, it has already been indicated how limited that growth was, viewed over the continent as a whole. The growth in the so-called modern sector exercised adverse effects on the non-monetary sector. What remains is to emphasize that the character of growth in Africa under colonialism was such that it did not constitute development. That is, it did not enlarge the capacity of the society to deal with the natural environment, to adjudicate relations between members of the society, and to protect the population from external forces. Such a statement is already implicitly borne out in the inability of capitalism to stimulate skilled labor in colonial Africa. A system which must stand in the way of the accumulation of skills does not develop anything or anybody. It is implicit, too, in the manner in which Africa was cut into economic compartments having no relation one to another, so that even though the volume of commercial activity within each compartmentalized colony may have increased, there was no development comparable to that which linked together the various states of the United States. In recent times, economists have been recognizing in colonial and post-colonial Africa a pattern that has been termed growth without development. That phrase has now appeared as the title of books on Liberia and Ivory Coast. It means that goods and services of a certain type are on the increase. There may be more rubber and coffee exported, there may be more cars imported with the proceeds, and there may be more gasoline stations built to service the cars. But the profit goes abroad, and the economy becomes more and more a dependency of the metropoles. In no African colony was there economic integration or any provision for making the economy self-sustained and geared to its own local goals. Therefore, there was growth of the so-called enclave import-export sector, but the only things which developed were dependency and underdevelopment. A further revelation of growth without development under colonialism was the overdependence on one or two exports. The term monoculture is used to describe those colonial economies which were centered around a single crop. Liberia, in the agricultural sector, was a monoculture dependent on rubber, Gold Coast on cocoa, Dahomey and southeast Nigeria on palm produce, Sudan on cotton, Tanganyika on sisal, and Uganda on cotton. In Senegal and Gambia, groundnuts accounted for 85 to 90% of money earnings. In effect, 2 African colonies were told to grow nothing but peanuts. Every farming people have a staple food, plus a variety of other supplements. Historians, agronomists, and botanists have all contributed to showing the great variety of such foods within the pre-colonial African economy. There were numerous crops which were domesticated within the African continent. There were several wild food species, notably fruits, and Africans had shown no conservatism in adopting useful food plants of Asian or American origin. Diversified agriculture was within the African tradition. Monoculture was a colonialist invention. Those who justify the colonial division of labor suggested that it was natural and respected the relative capacities for specialization of the metropoles and colonies. Europe, North America, and Japan were capable of specializing in industry and Africa in agriculture. Therefore, it was to the comparative advantage of one part of the world to manufacture machines while another part engaged in simple hoe culture of the soil. That kind of arrogant partition of the world was not new. In the 15th century, the feudal monarchies of Portugal and Spain wanted the whole world for themselves, and they got the Pope to draw a line around the globe, making the allocations. But Britain, Holland, and France suggested that they were not at all convinced that Adam had left a will which gave the earth to Portugal and Spain. In like manner, it can be questioned whether there is any testament which stated that the River Gambia should inherit groundnut growing while the River Clyde of Scotland should become a home of shipbuilding. There was nothing natural about monoculture. It was a consequence of imperialist requirements and machinations extending into areas that were politically independent in name. Monoculture was a characteristic of regions falling under imperialist domination. Certain countries in Latin America, such as Costa Rica and Guatemala, were forced by United States capitalist firms to concentrate so heavily on growing bananas that they were contemptuously known as banana republics. In Africa, this concentration on one or two cash crops for sale abroad had many harmful effects. Sometimes, cash crops were grown to the exclusion of staple foods, thus causing famines. For instance, in Gambia, rice farming was popular before the colonial era, but so much of the best land was transferred to groundnuts that rice had to be imported on a large scale to try to counter the fact that famine was becoming endemic. In Asante, concentration on cocoa raised fears of famine in a region previously famous for yams and other foodstuff. Yet the threat of famine was a small disadvantage compared to the extreme vulnerability and insecurity of monoculture. When the crop was affected by internal factors such as disease, that amounted to an overwhelming disaster, as in the case of Gold Coast cocoa when it was hit by swollen shoot disease in the 1940s. Besides, at all times, the price fluctuations which were externally controlled left the African producer helpless in the face of capitalist maneuvers. From a capitalist viewpoint, monocultures commended themselves most because they made colonial economies entirely dependent on the metropolitan buyers of their produce. At the end of the European slave trade, only a minority of Africans were sufficiently committed to capitalist exchange and sufficiently dependent upon European imports to wish to continue the relationship with Europe at all costs. Colonialism increased the dependence of Africa on Europe in terms of the numbers of persons brought into the money economy and in terms of the number of aspects of socioeconomic life in Africa which derived their existence from the connection with the metropole. The ridiculous situation arose by which European trading firms, mining companies, shipping lines, banks, insurance houses, and plantations all exploited Africa and at the same time caused Africans to feel that without those capitalist services, no money or European goods would be forthcoming, and therefore Africa was in debt to its exploiters. The factor of dependency made its impact felt in every aspect of the life of the colonies, and it can be regarded as the crowning vice among the negative social, political, and economic consequences of colonialism in Africa, being primarily responsible for the perpetuation of the colonial relationship into the epoch that is called neocolonialism. Finally, attention must be drawn to one of the most important consequences of colonialism on African development, and that is the stunting effect on Africans as a physical species. Colonialism created conditions which led not just to periodic famine, but to chronic undernourishment, malnutrition, and deterioration in the physique of the African people. If such a statement sounds wildly extravagant, it is only because bourgeois propaganda has conditioned even Africans to believe that malnutrition and starvation were the natural lot of Africans from time immemorial. A black child with a transparent rib cage, huge head, bloated stomach, protruding eyes, and twigs as arms and legs was the favorite poster of the large British charitable operation known as Oxfam. The poster represented a case of kwashiorkor, extreme malignant malnutrition. Oxfam called upon the people of Europe to save starving African and Asian children from kwashiorkor and such ills. Oxfam never bothered their consciences by telling them that capitalism and colonialism created the starvation, suffering, and misery of the child in the first place. There is an excellent study of the phenomenon of hunger on a world scale by a Brazilian scientist, Josué de Castro. It incorporates considerable data on the food and health conditions among Africans in their independent pre-colonial state or in societies untouched by capitalist pressures, and it then makes comparisons with colonial conditions. The study convincingly indicates that the African diet was previously more varied, being based on a more diversified agriculture than was possible under colonialism. In terms of specific nutritional deficiencies, those Africans who suffered most under colonialism were those who were brought most fully into the colonial economy, namely, the urban workers. For the sake of the doubters, several of de Castro's observations are listed below, occasionally supplemented by other data. 1. Investigators who have studied the nutritional conditions of primitive Africans in tropical Africa are unanimous in stating that they show no clinical signs of dietary deficiency. One of the most striking indications of the superiority of indigenous African diet is the magnificent condition of the teeth. One researcher among 6 ethnic groups in Kenya could not find a single case of tooth decay, not a single deformation of dental arch. But when those same people were transplanted and put on the civilized diet available under colonialism, their teeth began to decay at once. 2. In Egypt, the peasants, or fellahin, had always suffered from periodic famines, but under colonialism, this deteriorated to become chronic hunger. It was the intervention of the British which upset the balance of the peasants' diet, and comparison with early accounts showed that there was once a much greater variety of legumes and fruits. 3. The kwashiorkor of the Oxfam posters is itself noticeable wherever the African's contact with the European was prolonged. A committee on nutrition in the colonial empire found a noticeable absence of animal fat and protein in the Gambia. The absence of proteins of good quality is one of the principal contributors to kwashiorkor, and once again, comparison with what Europeans saw in the Gambia ever since the 15th century would indicate that a change had come about after the coming of the whites. The Gambia not only grew a variety of food in the early period, but it was stock-raising country where meat was consumed in considerable quantity. How then could they have suffered from an absence of animal fat? 4. Studies in equatorial Africa have revealed frequent signs of dietary deficiencies caused by the absence of fresh foods among Africans entering the service of the colonizers. These include beriberi, rickets, and scurvy. Rickets is a typical temperate climate disease to which lack of sun contributes. But after colonialism had so destroyed the pattern of judicious food consumption in tropical Africa, even the sun was not enough to keep children's bones straight. As for scurvy, that is so closely identified with the English sailor that he was nicknamed Limey from eating limes to prevent scurvy while lacking access to fresh food on long sea voyages. However, a scurvy epidemic broke out in the middle of Tanganyika in the colonial epoch among workers in the gold fields whose wages and conditions of work did not permit them to get fresh citrus and other nourishment. 5. In South Africa, white settlement and capitalism transformed African diet from meat and cereal to dependence on mealie meal, or maize. Pellagra, or rough skin, was unknown in South Africa until about 1914. Subsequently, it became a scourge among Africans because it derives from absence of milk and meal. 6. An official report on Basutoland, now Lesotho, had this to say: According to residents of long standing, the physique and health of the Basutu today is not what it used to be. Malnutrition is seen in every village, dispensary, school, and recruiting office. Mild scurvy and subscorbut conditions are not infrequent. Pellagra is becoming more and more frequent, and lower resistance to disease increasingly apparent. It is becoming generally accepted, too, that the occurrence of leprosy is associated with faulty diet. To clinch the argument that colonialism had a deleterious effect on the African as a physical and hence mental entity, it is useful to point to those African peoples who until today have managed to maintain their own pattern of existence insofar as food is concerned. The Maasai and Gala, Ankoli, Batutsi, and Somali are all in that category. Their physique is generally so superb, their resistance and endurance so great, that they have become the objects of scientific research to discover why they do so much better than the well-fed capitalists who are collapsing from heart disease. In the light of the prevailing balance sheet concept of what colonial rule was about, it still remains to take note of European innovations in Africa, such as modern medicine, clinical surgery, and immunization. It would be absurd to deny that these were objectively positive features, however limited they were quantitatively. However, they have to be weighed against the numerous setbacks received by Africa in all spheres due to colonialism, as well as against the contributions Africa made to Europe. European science met the needs of its own society, and particularly those of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie did not suffer from hunger and starvation. Therefore, bourgeois science did not consider those things as needs which had to be met and overcome, not even among their own workers, and least of all on behalf of Africans. This is just a specific application of the general principle that the exploitation of Africa was being used to create a greater gap between Africa and capitalist Europe. The exploitation and the comparative disadvantage are the ingredients of underdevelopment.
Education for underdevelopment. Education is crucial in any type of society for the preservation of the lives of its members and the maintenance of the social structure. Under certain circumstances, education also promotes social change. The greater portion of that education is informal, being acquired by the young from the example and behavior of elders in the society. Under normal circumstances, education grows out of the environment, the learning process being directly related to the pattern of work in the society. Among the Bemba of what was then Northern Rhodesia, children by the age of 6 could name 50 to 60 species of tree plants without hesitation, but they knew very little about ornamental flowers. The explanation is simply that knowledge of the trees was a necessity in an environment of cut-and-burn agriculture, and in a situation where numerous household needs were met by tree products. Flowers, however, were irrelevant to survival. Indeed, the most crucial aspect of pre-colonial African education was its relevance to Africans, in sharp contrast to what was later introduced. The following features of indigenous African education can be considered outstanding: its close links with social life, both in a material and spiritual sense, its collective nature, its many-sidedness, and its progressive development in conformity with the successive stages of physical, emotional, and mental development of the child. There was no separation of education and productive activity, or any division between manual and intellectual education. Altogether, through mainly informal means, pre-colonial African education matched the realities of pre-colonial African society and produced well-rounded personalities to fit into that society. Some aspects of African education were formal. That is to say, there was a specific program and a conscious division between teachers and pupils. Formal education in pre-colonial Africa was also directly connected with the purposes of society, just like informal education. The programs of teaching were restricted to certain periods in the life of every individual, notably the period of initiation or coming of age. Many African societies had circumcision ceremonies for males or for both sexes, and for some time before the ceremonies, a teaching program was arranged. The length of time involved could vary from a few weeks to several years. A famous example of the latter was the initiation school held by the Poro Brotherhood in Sierra Leone. Formal education was also available at later stages in life, such as on the occasion of passing from one age grade to another or of joining a new brotherhood. Specialized functions such as hunting, organizing religious ritual, and the practice of medicine definitely involved formal education within the family or clan. Such educational practices all dated back to communal times in Africa, but they persisted in the more developed African feudal and pre-feudal societies, and they were to be found on the eve of colonialism. As the mode of production moved towards feudalism in Africa, new features also emerged within the educational pattern. There was, for instance, more formal specialization because the proportion of formal to informal education increases with technological advance. Apart from hunting and religion, the division of labor made it necessary to create guilds for passing down the techniques of ironworking, leather making, cloth manufacture, pottery molding, professional trading, and so on. The emphasis on military force also led to formal education in that sphere, as in the case of Dahomey, Rwanda, and Zulu cited earlier. A state structure with a well-defined ruling class always encouraged the use of history as a means of glorifying the class in power. So in the Yoruba state of Ketu in the 19th century, there existed a school of history where a master drilled into the memories of his pupils a long list of the kings of Ketu and their achievements. Of course, reliance on memory alone placed severe limits on education of that type, and that is why education was much more advanced in those African countries where the use of writing had come into being. Along the Nile, in North Africa and Ethiopia, in the Western Sudan, and along the East African coast, a minority of Africans became literate, producing a situation comparable to that of Asia and Europe before the latter part of the 19th century. As in other parts of the world, literacy in Africa was connected with religion, so that in Islamic countries it was a Quranic education, and in Christian Ethiopia, the education was designed to train priests and monks. Muslim education was particularly extensive at the primary level, and it was also available at the secondary and university levels. In Egypt, there was the Al-Azhar University, in Morocco, the University of Fez, and in Mali, the University of Timbuktu, all testimony to the standard of education achieved in Africa before the colonial intrusion. The colonizers did not introduce education into Africa. They introduced a new set of formal educational institutions which partly supplemented and partly replaced those which were there before. The colonial system also stimulated values and practices which amounted to new informal education. The main purpose of colonial schooling was to train Africans to help man the local administration at the lowest ranks and to staff the private capitalist firms owned by Europeans. In effect, that meant selecting a few Africans to participate in the domination and exploitation of the continent as a whole. It was not an education system that grew out of the African environment, or one that was designed to promote the most rational use of material and social resources. It was not an education system designed to give young people confidence and pride as members of African societies, but one that sought to instill a sense of deference towards all that was European and capitalist. Education in Europe was dominated by the capitalist class. The same class bias was automatically transferred to Africa, and to make matters worse, the racism and cultural boastfulness harbored by capitalism were also included in the package of colonial education. Colonial schooling was education for subordination, exploitation, the creation of mental confusion, and the development of underdevelopment. A European-type school system hardly operated during the first 40 or so years of colonialism. In that period, missionaries gave schooling for their own Christianizing purposes, and it was in the 1920s that the colonizing powers carried out a series of investigations into educational possibilities in Africa. Thereafter, colonial education became systematic and measurable, though it approached its maximum dimensions only in the post-Second World War era.
Colonial education was a series of limitations inside other limitations. The first practical limitation was political-financial, which means that political policy, rather than the actual availability of money, guided financial expenditure. The metropolitan governments and their African administrations claimed that there was not enough money for education. As late as 1958, the British Colonial Office said of Northern Rhodesia, "Until more money becomes available for the building of schools, no rapid progress can be expected, and the practical prospects of providing full primary education for all children therefore remains fairly remote." It is amazing that Northern Rhodesia, with its immense copper wealth, did not have enough money to educate Africans. One cannot be certain whether the colonialists were trying to deceive others or whether they had succeeded in fooling themselves. Probably, most of the confused white settlers in the Rhodesias fell into the latter category, for they consistently argued that Africans did not pay as much tax per head as Europeans, and therefore Africans could not expect to get education and other services out of taxes paid by white settlers. This is the fundamental failure to perceive that a country's wealth comes not from taxes but from production. African soil and African labor in Northern Rhodesia produced vast wealth, but African children under colonialism had little access to that wealth for their schooling. As noted earlier, most of Africa's surplus was exported, and out of the small portion which remained behind as government revenue, the percentage channeled into education was tiny. In every colony, the budget for education was incredibly small compared to amounts being spent in capitalist Europe itself. In 1935, of the total revenue collected from taxing Africans in French West Africa, only 4.03% was utilized on education. In the British colony of Nigeria, it was only 3.4%. In Kenya, as late as 1946, only 2.26% of the revenue was spent on African education. By 1960, those percentages had gone up 2, 3, or 4 times, but being so small to begin with, they still remained insignificant. Since such small sums were spent, it followed that another basic limitation was quantitative, in the sense that very few Africans made it into schools. In the whole of French Equatorial Africa, Chad, Central African Republic, Gabon, and Congo-Brazzaville, there were only 22,000 pupils enrolled in 1938, and that represented quite a jump over figures for the preceding 5 years. In 1938, the French provided education for 77,000 pupils in French West Africa, with a population of at least 15 million. A very illuminating fact that should be noted is that in 1945, there were more than 80,000 students attending independent Islamic schools in French West Africa, a number not far short of those attending French-built schools by that date. In other words, it was only in the final stages of colonialism that the ruling European power began to provide Africans in the former Islamic states of West Africa with educational institutions having an enrollment greater than that of the previous formal education. Occasionally, in West and North Africa, the French government gave some financial support to the Quranic primary schools and to the madrasas, or Islamic secondary schools. On the whole, however, the pre-colonial African school system was simply ignored, and it tended to decline. In Algeria, the Arab Islamic institutions of learning suffered severely during the French wars of conquest, while others were deliberately suppressed when the French gained the upper hand. Throughout French North Africa, the old established Islamic universities suffered because colonialism deprived them of the economic base which previously gave them support. As with so many other aspects of African life, what the colonialists put in must be weighed against what they halted and what they destroyed in both real and potential terms. British colonies tended to do, on average, somewhat better than French ones with regard to educational activities, largely because of missionary initiatives, rather than the British government itself. Ghana, Nigeria, and Uganda were fairly well off as far as colonial education went. Of course, that was in a purely relative sense, and the absolute numbers involved were never large. Sierra Leone was better off educationally than French West Africa because the 7 out of every 100 children going to school in Sierra Leone before the last war compared favorably with 5 out of every 100 children in French West Africa. As far as the British are concerned, their slightly superior record in some colonies is also offset by the very poor educational facilities offered to Africans in Kenya, Tanganyika, the Central African territories, and South Africa itself, which was for a long time a British responsibility. One limitation of the educational system of colonial Africa, which is obscured by statistical averages, is the great variation in opportunity between different regions in the same colony. In many colonies, only Africans living in or near the principal towns had educational opportunities. For instance, in Madagascar, the capital town of Tananarive had the most substantial school facilities. In Gambia, literacy was high for Bathurst town but low outside. And in Uganda, the urbanized region of Buganda practically monopolized education. Generally speaking, the unevenness in educational levels reflected the unevenness of economic exploitation and the different rates at which different parts of a colony entered the money economy. Thus, in Gulf Coast, the northern territories were neglected educationally because they did not offer the colonialists any products for export. In Sudan, it was the huge southern region that was in a similar position. Inside Tanganyika, a map showing the major cotton and coffee areas virtually coincides with a map showing areas in which colonial education was available. It means that those whom the colonialists could not readily exploit were not offered even the crumbs of education.
The closer one scrutinizes the educational contribution of colonialism, even in purely quantitative terms, the more it shrinks into insignificance. It must be noted, for instance, that there was an extremely high rate of dropouts. A large percentage of those enrolled never finished school. In big capitalist countries like the United States, there are many dropouts at the college and university level. In colonial Africa, the dropouts were occurring at the primary level at a rate as high as 50%. For every student who completed primary school, one fell by the wayside. The dropouts were from primary schools because there was hardly any other type of school. This absence of secondary, technical, and university education being yet another of the stumbling blocks. Africans were being educated inside colonial schools to become junior clerks and messengers. Too much learning would have been both superfluous and dangerous for clerks and messengers. Therefore, secondary education was rare, and other forms of higher education were virtually non-existent throughout most of the colonial epoch. That which was provided went mainly to non-Africans. As late as 1959, Uganda spent about £11 per African pupil, £38 per Indian, and £186 on each European child, the difference being due largely to the availability of secondary education for the children of the capitalists and the middlemen. In Kenya, the discrimination was worse, and the number of European children involved was high. In 1960, more than 11,000 European children were attending school in Kenya, and 3,000 of those were receiving secondary education. The settler colony of Algeria displayed similar characteristics. Only 20% of the secondary pupils in 1954 were denoted as Muslims, which meant, in effect, Algerian as distinct from European. Other minorities also did better than the indigenous population. For instance, the Jews in North Africa and especially in Tunisia played the middlemen roles, and their children were all educated right up to secondary standards. African countries without a big white settler population also had racist educational structures with regard to opportunities at all levels, and especially opportunities for higher education. In Senegal in 1946, the high school had 723 pupils, of whom 174 were Africans. Later on, a university was set up in Dakar to serve the whole of French West Africa, and yet in the 1950s, on the eve of independence, more than half of the university students were French. The Portuguese have not been discussed so far because there is scarcely any education to be discussed in their colonial territories. For many years, the statistical data were never made available, and when published towards the end of the colonial period, the figures were often inflated. What is undeniable is that the African child growing up in Portuguese colonial territories stood one chance out of 100 of getting instruction beyond grade 2 or grade 3. The secondary schools that came into existence were for Europeans and Indians, the latter drawn mainly from Goa. The colonial powers with small territories in Africa were Spain and Italy, like Portugal. They were also backward from a European capitalist viewpoint, and they provided their colonial subjects with a tiny amount of primary education and no secondary education. Belgium was in a somewhat special category as far as colonial education was concerned. Although small, Belgium was a relatively developed and industrialized country, and it ruled one of the richest areas of Africa, namely the Congo. By colonial standards, the people of Congo and Rwanda-Urundi had fair access to primary education, but schooling beyond that was almost impossible to obtain. This was the consequence of a deliberate policy pursued by the Belgian government and the Catholic Church. The African native was to be gradually civilized. To give him secondary education was like asking a young child to chew meat when he should be eating porridge. Furthermore, the Belgians were so interested in the welfare of the African masses that they argued that no highly educated African would be able to serve his own people. Consequently, it was only in 1948 that a Belgian commission recommended the establishment of secondary schools for Africans in the colonies. It is not at all surprising that at the time of regaining political independence, the Congo had only 16 graduates out of a population of more than 13 million. Educators often refer to the educational pyramid, comprising primary education as the base and going upwards through secondary, teacher training, higher technical, and university facilities, the last named being so small that it could be represented as the point at the top of the pyramid. Throughout Africa, the primary base was narrow, yet the pyramid sloped shallowly because so few of the primary students could continue beyond that level. Only in certain British colonies was the pyramid really completed by significant higher and university education. West Africa had Achimota College and Yaba College, apart from Forabe, which was at university level. Ibadan and the University of Ghana also came into existence some years before the end of the colonial regime. In Sudan, there was Gordon College, which evolved into the University of Khartoum, and in East Africa, there was Makerere University. The following data for the year 1958 could be used to illustrate the educational pyramid in southern Rhodesia, where African education was not well favored. Total kindergarten enrollment was 227,000. In the primary schools, 77,000 entered grade 1, and 10,000 made it to grade 6. Secondary education began with 3,000 pupils, of whom only 13 made it to grade 12. In that year, there were no African graduates from the recently established University College in Salisbury, but by 1960, there were 3. The final word on the quantity of education provided by Europe to Africa can be said in the form of the statistics at the beginning of the rule of the new African states. Some scholars have worked out a statistical index on education, whereby educational facilities are evaluated in numbers from 0 to 100, moving from the poorest to the most advanced. On that index, most African countries are below 10. The developed exploiter countries and the socialist states are usually above 80. A UNESCO publication on education in Black independent Africa said, "Of this population of around 170 million, a little more than 25 million are of school age, and of these, nearly 13 million have no opportunity of going to school, and of the privileged 12 million, less than half complete their primary education. The overall estimated illiteracy rate of 80 to 85% is nearly double that of the average world figure." The imperialist whites used the above evidence to snigger at Africans for being illiterate natives, and they would argue that illiteracy is part of the vicious circle of poverty. Yet the same people boast proudly that they have educated Africa. It is difficult to see how they can have it both ways. If independent Africa is still without the benefits of modern education as it is, then 75 years of colonial exploitation undoubtedly have something to do with the state of affairs. The absurdity is so much the greater when one contemplates how much Africa produced in that period and how much of that went to develop all aspects of European capitalist society, including their educational institutions. Cecil Rhodes could afford to leave a legacy of lavish scholarships to white students for study at Oxford University, having made a fortune from exploiting Africa and Africans.
Those Africans who had access to education were faced with certain qualitative problems. The quality was poor by prevailing European standards. The books, the methods of teaching, and the discipline were all brought to Africa in the 19th century. On the whole, colonial schools remained sublimely indifferent to the 20th century. New ideas that were incorporated in the capitalist metropoles never reached the colonies. In particular, the fantastic changes in science did not reach African classrooms, for there were few schools where science subjects were taught. Similarly, the evolution of higher technical education did not have any counterpart in colonial Africa. There were numerous absurdities in the transplantation of a version of European education into Africa. When the Demba children mentioned above went to school, they had no program of instruction relating to the plant life with which they would otherwise have familiarized themselves. Instead, they were taught about flowers, and about European roses at that. Dr. Koli Busia some years ago made the following admission. At the end of my first year at secondary school, Infentisperin, Cape Coast, Ghana, I went home to Wenchi for the Christmas vacation. I had not been home for 4 years, and on that visit, I became painfully aware of my isolation. I understood our community far less than the boys of my own age who had never been to school. Over the years, as I went through college and university, I felt increasingly that the education I received taught me more and more about Europe and less about my own society. Eventually, Busia knew so little about African society that he proposed that independent Africans should dialogue with the fascist, racist white minority that maintains apartheid in South Africa. Some of the contradictions between the content of colonial education and the reality of Africa were really incongruous. On a hot afternoon in some tropical African school, a class of black shining faces would listen to their geography lesson on the seasons of the year: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They would learn about the Alps and the River Rhine, but nothing about the Atlas Mountains of North Africa or the River Zambezi. If those students were in a British colony, they would dutifully write that we defeated the Spanish Armada in 1588. At a time when Hawkins was stealing Africans and being knighted by Queen Elizabeth I for so doing. If they were in a French colony, they would learn that the Gauls, our ancestors, had blue eyes, and they would be convinced that Napoleon was our greatest general, the same Napoleon who reinstituted slavery in the Caribbean island of Guadeloupe and was only prevented from doing the same in Haiti because his forces were defeated by an even greater strategist and tactician, the African Toussaint L'Ouverture. To some extent, Europeans thoughtlessly applied their own curricula without reference to African conditions, but very often they deliberately did so with intent to confuse and mystify. As late as 1949, a principal education officer in Tanganyika carefully outlined that the Africans of that colony should be bombarded in primary school with propaganda about the British royal family. The theme of the king as father should be stressed throughout the syllabus and mentioned in every lesson, he said. He further urged that African children should be shown numerous pictures of the English princesses and their ponies at Sandringham and Windsor Castle. Whatever little was discussed about African past in colonial schools was about European activities in Africa. That trend is now sufficiently reversed to allow the present generation of African pupils to smile at the thought that Europeans discovered Mount Kenya or the River Niger. But in the colonial period, the paradox was that whoever had an opportunity to be educationally misguided could count himself lucky, because that misguidance was a means of personal advance within the structure created by European capitalists in and for Africa. The French, Portuguese, and Belgians made it clear that education at any level was designed to civilize the African native, and of course, only a civilized native could hope to gain worthwhile employment and recognition from the colonizers. According to the French, an African, after receiving French education, stood a chance of becoming an assimilé, one who could be assimilated or incorporated into the superior French culture. The Portuguese used the word assimilado, which means exactly the same, and Portuguese law distinguished sharply between a native and an assimilado. The latter was sometimes called a civilizado because of being able to read and write Portuguese. That sort of African was rewarded with certain privileges. One great irony was that in Portugal up to 1960, nearly half the population was illiterate, and therefore, if they had been put to the same test, they would have been judged uncivilized. Meanwhile, the Belgians were parading around with the same system. They called their educated Bantu in Congo the evolués, those who have evolved from savagery to civilization thanks to the Belgians. Somehow, the British avoided hard and fast legal distinctions between the educated and uneducated African, but they encouraged cultural imitation all the same. Governor Cameron of Tanganyika in the 1920s was known as a progressive governor. But when he was attacked for trying to preserve the African personality in the educational system, he denied the charge and declared that his intention was that the African should cease to think as an African and instead should become a fair-minded Englishman. Students who came out of Livingstonia or Blantyre Mission in Malawi were known as Black Scotsmen because of the effort of Scottish missionaries. In Sierra Leone, the white cultural influence went back to the 18th century, and Sierra Leonean Creoles stood out even from the rest of miseducated black people. The Creoles were not satisfied with an English Christian name, or even with one European surname. They had to choose 2 European surnames and connect them with a hyphen. Of course, in practical terms, the education with all its warped values meant that the educated handful went as far as colonialism would allow Africans to go in the civil service or in the employ of private capitalist firms.
During the colonial epoch and afterwards, criticism was justly leveled at the colonial educational system for failing to produce more secondary school pupils and more university graduates. And yet it can be said that among those who had the most education were to be found the most alienated Africans on the continent. Those were the ones who evolved and were assimilated. At each further stage of education, they were battered by and succumbed to the values of the white capitalist system, and, after being given salaries, they could then afford to sustain a style of life imported from outside. Access to knives and forks, 3-piece suits and pianos then further transformed their mentality. There is a famous West Indian calypsonian who, in satirizing his colonial school days, remarked that had he been a bright student, he would have learned more and turned out to be a fool. Unfortunately, the colonial school system educated far too many fools and clowns, fascinated by the ideas and way of life of the European capitalist class. Some reached a point of total estrangement from African conditions and the African way of life, and like Blaise Diagne of Senegal, they chirped happily that they were and would always be European. There is no getting away from the conclusion reached by the African educationalist Abdou Moumouni that colonial education corrupted the thinking and sensibilities of the African and filled him with abnormal complexes. It followed that those who were Europeanized were to that extent de-Africanized as a consequence of the colonial education and the general atmosphere of colonial life. Many examples are cited in present-day Africa of the insulting treatment of aspects of African culture in the colonial period based on cultural imperialism and white racism. What is seldom commented upon is the fact that many Africans were the victims of fascism at the hands of the Portuguese and Spanish, at the hands of the Italians and the Vichy French regime for a brief period in the late 1930s and the early 1940s, and at the hands of the British and Boers in South Africa throughout this century. The fascist colonial powers were retarded capitalist states, where the government police machinery united with the Catholic Church and the capitalists to suppress Portuguese and Spanish workers and peasants and to keep them ignorant. Understandably, the fascist colonialists wanted to do the same to African working people, and in addition they vented their racism on Africans just as Hitler had done on the Jews. Like most colonial administrations, that of the Italians in Libya disregarded the culture of the Africans. However, after the fascist Mussolini came to power, the disregard gave way to active hostility, especially in relation to the Arabic language and the Muslim religion. The Portuguese and Spanish had always shown contempt for African language and religion. Schools of kindergarten and primary level for Africans in Portuguese colonies were nothing but agencies for the spread of the Portuguese language. Most schools were controlled by the Catholic Church as a reflection of the unity of church and state in fascist Portugal. In the little-known Spanish colony of Guinea, Rio Muni, the small amount of education given to Africans was based on eliminating the use of local languages by the pupils and on instilling in their hearts the holy fear of God. Schools in colonial Africa were usually blessed with the names of saints or bestowed with the names of rulers, explorers, and governors from the colonizing power. In Spanish Guinea, that practice was followed, resulting in the fact that Rio Muni children had to pass by the José Antonio School, the equivalent of saying the Adolf Hitler School if the region were German, for the school was named in honor of José Antonio, the founder of the Spanish Fascist Party. Another aspect of the colonial educational and cultural patterns which needs investigation is the manner in which European racism and contempt was expressed not only by hostility to African culture, but by paternalism and by praise of negative and static social features. There were many colonialists who wished to preserve in perpetuity everything that was African, if it appeared quaint or intriguing to them. Such persons merely succeeded in cutting African life off from the potentially beneficial aspects of the international world. An excellent example is the kind of work done in Gabon by Albert Schweitzer, who was in charge of a dirty, unhygienic hospital with dogs, cats, goats, and chickens running around, under the guise of fitting into the African culture and environment. As late as 1959, a friend and colleague of Albert Schweitzer defended his unsterile hospital in the following terms. Now to the domestic animals at the hospital. People have been shocked by the informality with which animals and people mix, and although it is perhaps not always defensible on hygienic grounds, the mixture adds considerably to the charm of the place. The writer was a dental surgeon from New York who would have obviously had a fit if a goat or chicken had wandered into his New York surgery. He knew full well that at Schweitzer's hospital, the goats, dogs, and cats visit hospital wards teeming with microbial life of the most horrifying varieties. But he defended their habitation with Africans because that was part of the culture and charm that had to be preserved. In the educational sphere, the Belgians carried out a language policy which might appeal to contemporary nationalists, for they insisted that primary education should be in one of the 5 main African languages of the territory. However, in practice, they used that apparently progressive decision to seal off one Congolese ethnic group from another, and to cut the educated off from a wider world of knowledge, because the missionaries translated into the local languages only that which they thought desirable. The policy of mock respect for African culture reached its highest expression in South Africa in the notorious Bunto Education Act of 1953, which sought to promote the differences between Zulu, Soto, Xhosa, Venda, and so on. Differences that were part of an early stage of development and which would have been transcended if there were no European intervention or if under white rule specific steps were not taken to maintain the anachronistic tribal entities. Not all colonial educators and administrators were consciously taking up the position that the African should be educated the better to be enslaved. On the contrary, most of them thought they were doing Africans a great favor, and there were a few who were enlightened enough to realize that there was scope for devising a school program that was less divorced from African reality. In 1928, even the French education minister was shocked to learn that Africans were taught that the Gauls, their ancestors, had blue eyes. From the 1920s, both Britain and France produced colonial educators and education commissions which urged greater relevance of teaching programs in Africa. They also put forward suggestions such as the use of local languages in primary schools, more education for girls, and an end to the white-collar orientation of schooling. However, the seemingly progressive nature of those recommendations could not change the fact that colonial education was an instrument to serve the European capitalist class in its exploitation of Africa. Whatever colonial educators thought or did could not change that basic fact. To recommend that African girls should go to school is more than just an educational policy. It has tremendous social implications, and it presupposes that the society will usefully employ the educated woman. Metropolitan capitalist society itself had failed to liberate women, to offer them equal educational opportunities, or to provide them with responsible jobs at equal rates of pay with men. That being the case, it was wishful thinking to imagine that the colonial educational system would take any serious interest in African women, especially since the colonialists would have had to transform the consciousness on that matter, which was characteristic of feudal and pre-feudal societies. Nowhere did the cash crop economy or the export of basic ores make provision for educated women. As in the capitalist metropoles, it was assumed that the civil service was for men. Therefore, the extremely limited employment sector in the colonies had nothing to offer educated women, and modern education remained a luxury with which few African women came into contact.
Another progressive suggestion made by some colonial educationalists was for more agricultural and technical schooling. But genuine technical education was ruled out because the fundamental purpose of the colonial economy did not permit the development of industry and skills within Africa. Only in rare cases, such as in the Congo, was there an objective necessity for technically trained Africans. In the later stages of colonial rule in Congo, mineral exploitation had developed to such a point that there was practical need for extensive, rudimentary technical skills among African workers. A few Congolese and other Congolese also received technical training of a secondary equivalent. Significantly enough, in such cases, the private companies took the initiative, since their profits were at stake, and the technical schools were extensions of their production processes. However, for the most part, whatever skilled jobs needed to be done within the restricted field of mining and industry in Africa were met by the importation of Europeans. Agriculture was not carried on as a scientific industry, as in Scandinavia or New Zealand, where whites were farming on an intensive capitalist basis. As noted earlier, the production of cash crops in Africa was stimulated by the minimum expenditure on the part of Europeans and with no infusion of new technology. Therefore, when educational advisors suggested agricultural education relevant to African needs, this meant no addition to African knowledge. In many colonial schools, agriculture became an apology for a subject. It was part of the drudgery of the institution. The teachers received no agricultural education, and therefore they could not teach anything scientific. Children acquired nothing but distaste for the heavy labor of shamba work, and in fact it was used as a form of punishment. Early educational commissions also accorded high priority to religious and moral flavoring of instruction, something that was disappearing in Europe itself. The role of the Christian Church in the educational process obviously needs special attention. The Christian missionaries were as much part of the colonizing forces as were the explorers, traders, and soldiers. There may be room for arguing whether in a given colony the missionaries brought the other colonialist forces or vice versa, but there is no doubting the fact that missionaries were agents of colonialism in the practical sense, whether or not they saw themselves in that light. The imperialist adventurer, Sir Henry Johnston, disliked missionaries, but he conceded in praise of them that each mission station is an exercise in colonization. In Europe, the Church had long held a monopoly over schooling from feudal times right into the capitalist era. By the late 19th century, that situation was changing in Europe. But, as far as the European colonizers were concerned, the church was free to handle the colonial educational system in Africa. The strengths and weaknesses of that schooling were very much to be attributed to the church. Both inside and outside church and school, the personnel of the church were instrumental in setting values during the colonial epoch. They taught an ethic of human relations that in itself could appeal to the finer instincts of Africans, just as it had previously stirred other Europeans. Of course, there was a huge gap between European conduct and the Christian principles with which they were associated. And on the part of the Africans, it was also true that motives for accepting Christianity often had nothing to do with the content of the religion. Indeed, the church as a source of education was probably more attractive to many converts than the church as a dispenser of religion. Whatever the church taught in any capacity may be considered as a contribution to formal and informal education in colonial Africa, and its teachings must be placed within a social context. The church's role was primarily to preserve the social relations of colonialism, as an extension of the role it played in preserving the social relations of capitalism in Europe. Therefore, the Christian church stressed humility, docility, and acceptance. Ever since the days of slavery in the West Indies, the church had been brought in on condition that it should not excite the African slaves with doctrines of equality before God. In those days, they taught slaves to sing that all things were bright and beautiful, and that the slave master in his castle was to be accepted as God's work, just like the slave living in a miserable hovel and working 20 hours per day under the whip. Similarly, in colonial Africa, churches could be relied upon to preach turning the other cheek in the face of exploitation, and they drove home the message that everything would be right in the next world. Only the Dutch Reformed Church of South Africa was openly racist, but all others were racist insofar as their European personnel were no different from other whites who had imbibed racism and cultural imperialism as a consequence of the previous centuries of contact between Europeans and the rest of the world. In serving colonialism, the church often took up the role of arbiter of what was culturally correct. Africans' ancestral beliefs were equated with the devil, who was black anyway, and it took a very long time before some European churchmen accepted prevailing African beliefs as constituting religion rather than mere superstition and magic. However, in its hostility towards African cultural and religious manifestations, the Christian Church did perform certain progressive tasks. Practices such as killing twins and trial by ordeal were frowned upon by the European missionaries, and those were reflections of superstitious ideas rooted in an early stage of African development, when something like the birth of twins could not be scientifically explained, and therefore gave rise to religious fear. It is to be noted that in West Africa, long before the colonial scramble, many outcasts in society and persons who suffered from religious and social prejudices were the first converts of the Christian Church. What was supported by one section of the population was opposed by another. And in the present century, the cultural imperialism of the Church excited great opposition. Prevailing African customs, such as polygamy, were attacked without reference to their socio-economic function. On the question of monogamy, the Christian missionaries were introducing not a religious principle, but rather a facet of European capitalist society. For their propaganda to have been successful, European activity had to work a transformation in the extended family patterns of African societies. That was very slow in occurring, and in the meanwhile, many Africans accepted the religious aspects while rejecting the cultural appendages and the European missionaries themselves.
Much has been written about the trend in colonial Africa known as the independent church movement. It was a trend in which thousands of African Christians participated by breaking away from European churches, especially Protestant churches, and setting up their own places of worship under Christian African leadership. The motives were varied. Some independent churches were highly nationalistic, like that established by John Chilembe, who led an armed nationalist uprising in Nyasaland, Malawi, in 1917. Others developed as a response of those Africans aspiring to be priests or pastors to the discrimination practiced against them by white missionaries.
One constant factor was disgust with the way that Europeans forced Africans to identify as Europeans. Revolting against that concept, one Zulu independent church put the question to the local population, "Are you a Jew or a Zulu? Were you there when they crucified their Lord?" Nevertheless, many Africans came to accept the dehumanizing principle of alienation from self. African identification with Europeans, be they Gentile or Jew, was a pillar of the informal education of the colonial epoch. In the final analysis, perhaps the most important principle of colonial education was that of capitalist individualism. Like many aspects of the superstructure of beliefs in a society, it had both its negative and positive sides, viewed historically. The European bourgeoisie were progressive when they defended the individual from the excessive control of the father in the family and against the collective regulations of the church and feudal society. However, the capitalist system then went on to champion and protect the rights of the individual property owners against the rights of the mass of exploited workers and peasants. When capitalism had its impact on Africa in the colonial period, the idea of individualism was already in its reactionary phase. It was no longer serving to liberate the majority, but rather to enslave the majority for the benefit of a few. When individualism was applied to land, it meant that the notions of private ownership and the transfer of land through sale became prevalent in some parts of the continent. Much more widespread was the new understanding that individual labor should benefit the person concerned and not some wider collective, such as the clan or ethnic group. Thus, the practice of collective labor and egalitarian social distribution gave way to accumulative tendencies. Superficially, it appeared that individualism brought progress. Some individuals owned large coffee, cocoa, or cotton shambas, and others rose to some prominence in the colonial administration through education. As individuals, they had improved their lot, and they became models of achievement within the society. Any model of achievement is an educational model, which directs the thoughts and actions of young and old in the society. The model of personal achievement under colonialism was really a model for the falling apart and the underdevelopment of African society taken as a whole. It is a common myth within capitalist thought that the individual through drive and hard work can become a capitalist. In the United States, it is usual to refer to an individual like John D. Rockefeller Sr. as someone who rose from rags to riches. To complete the moral of the Rockefeller success story, it would be necessary to fill in the details on all the millions of people who had to be exploited in order for one man to become a multimillionaire. The acquisition of wealth is not due to hard work alone, or the Africans working as slaves in America and the West Indies would have been the wealthiest group in the world. The individualism or the capitalist must be seen against the hard and unrewarded work of the masses. The idea of individualism was more destructive in colonial Africa than it was in metropolitan capitalist society. In the latter, it could be said that the rise of the bourgeois class indirectly benefited the working classes through promoting technology and raising the standard of living. But in Africa, colonialism did not bring those benefits. It merely intensified the rate of exploitation of African labor and continued to export the surplus. In Europe, individualism led to entrepreneurship and adventurism of the type which spearheaded Europe's conquest of the rest of the world. In Africa, both the formal school system and the informal value system of colonialism destroyed social solidarity and promoted the worst form of alienated individualism without social responsibility. That delayed the political process through which the society tried to regain its independence. Up to this point, it has consistently been held that development is rooted in the material environment, in the techniques of production, and in the social relations deriving from people's work. There are what are known as conspiracy theories of history, by which the happenings of whole epochs are presented as being the secret scheming of one group or another. Such an approach is not to be recommended in the study of Africa's relations with Europe. However, with regard to colonial education policy, one comes closest to finding the elements of conscious planning by a group of Europeans to control the destiny of millions of Africans over a considerable period of time extending into the future. The planning of colonial education for the subjugation of Africa was most fully displayed by the French, because French politicians and administrators had the habit of openly expressing their thoughts on Africa. Therefore, the words of the French colonialists themselves will be cited here to illustrate how the colonial education system did not leave vital political matters to chance, but was consciously carrying out policies hostile to the regaining of freedom by African peoples. Ever since the period of the imperialist scramble for Africa, French leaders realized that it was imperative to start some schools in the parts of Africa claimed by France, so that French language and culture might be accepted by some Africans who would then identify with France rather than Britain or Portugal or some other European rival. This was particularly true in disputed frontier zones. Eugène Etienne, a French minister at the start of the colonial era, stated that the extension of the French language was necessary as a measure of national defense. As early as 1884, there was set up the Alliance Française as an instrument of educational and cultural imperialism, recognized and supported by the French government. The reports of the Alliance Française show clearly that they thought of themselves as an arm of French imperialism, fighting so that France could entrench itself. For example, the Alliance Française wrote of French schools in Upper Guinea in the late 19th century. They have to combat the redoubtable influence of the English schools of Sierra Leone in this region. The struggle between the two languages becomes more intense as one moves to the south, invaded by English natives and by their Methodist pastors. As seen earlier in the case of Portugal and Spain, the spread of the language of the European colonizing power was considered of major importance. Belgium, on the other hand, encouraged local languages as a means of division and retardation. Only in Tanganyika, under German rule, was there a positive reaction to the potentialities of Swahili as a teaching language, so that there was a further impetus to that language, which had already spread by trade, political relations, and personal contacts.
Apart from language, the pillar of cultural imperialism in most colonies was religion. The church never played as important a role in French colonies as it did in other parts of Africa colonized by predominantly Catholic countries, and the Protestant churches in British colonies also had a much more vital role than the church in French Africa. The explanation is that the French bourgeois revolution of the 18th century was more thoroughly anti-clerical than any other bourgeois revolution, and the Catholic Church was completely separated from government in France by 1905, after many years of poor relations. Nevertheless, when the French saw that mission schools were helping England to entrench itself in Africa, the French government asked the aid of their own Catholic Church to secure national interests. From the viewpoint of the colonizers, once the frontiers of a colony were firmly decided, the major problem remained that of securing African compliance in carrying out policies favorable to the metropoles. There was always the possible use of force for that purpose, but naked force was best kept in reserve rather than utilized for everyday affairs. Only education could lay the basis for a smooth-functioning colonial administration. In the first place, there was the elementary language problem of Europeans communicating with Africans. Most of the time, Europeans used translators to pass on orders, but it was known that African translators seized the opportunity to promote themselves and to modify or even sabotage orders. There was a saying in French colonial Africa that translation is equal to treason, and the only way to avoid that was to teach the mass of the people French. Then there was the practical aspect of educating Africans to be better workers, just as in Europe the workers received education so that they would be more efficient and produce extra surplus for the capitalists. In colonial Africa, the European bourgeoisie realized that some education would maximize the value of labor. Albert Sarraut, a French colonial minister, stressed in 1914 what he termed the economic utility of educating the African masses. Several years earlier, the French had made a specific statement to the same effect on Madagascar. An ordinance of 1899 indicated that the purpose of schooling was to make the young Malagasy faithful and obedient subjects of Francisco and to offer an education which would be industrial, agricultural, and commercial, so as to ensure that the settlers and various public services of the colony can meet their personnel requirements. In practice, it was not necessary to educate the masses because only a minority of the African population entered the colonial economy in such a way that their performance could be enhanced by education. Indeed, the French concentrated on selecting a small minority who would be thoroughly subjected to French cultural imperialism and who would aid France in administering its vast African colonial possessions. William Ponty, an early governor-general of French West Africa, spoke in terms of forming an elite of young people destined to aid our own efforts. In 1919, Henri Simon, then colonial minister, outlined a program for secondary education in Africa with a view to making the best indigenous elements into complete Frenchmen. The best expressions of the political implications of French colonial educational policy came in the 1930s, and by that time some action was also matching the words. Brevier, the Governor-General of French West Africa in 1930, urged the extension of the higher levels of primary schooling for Africans to help us in our work of colonization. Brevier was encouraged by the fact that, by then, there had appeared a native elite of whose zeal for a thorough and exclusive French culture signs are already visible. So, with the support of the Inspector General of Education, that governor went on to outline plans for African students to attend secondary school, so as to become colonial cadres. Any socio-political system needs its cadres. That was the role played by the youngest age grades in Shaka's armies, and it was the role played by the Komsomol, or young communists, in the Soviet Union. Being a cadre involved not just training for a practical job, but also political orientation to serve as a leading element in the system. The French and other colonialists understood this very well. This is how Brevier expressed it. It is in no wise merely a matter of turning out hatches of apprentices, clerks, and officials according to the fluctuating needs of the moment. The role of these native cadres is much wider. Only in North Africa, with its heavy white settler population, did the French find it unnecessary to encourage a local elite to run affairs under the direction of the metropolis and the governor. Although even in Algeria, there emerged a number of subjects called the Beni Oui Oui, literally the yes, yes men, who always assented to carrying out French instructions in opposition to the interests of most of their brothers. Another far-sighted aspect of French political policy in the education sphere is the manner in which they forced the sons of chiefs to acquire education. It was a deliberate attempt to capture the loyalty of those persons who had previously held political power in independent Africa, and it was an attempt at continuity with the pre-colonial phase. As the French themselves put it, by educating the sons of traditional rulers, a bond is thus established between the native cadres formed by us and those that the native community recognizes. In 1935, a team of British educationalists visited French Africa, and they admitted with a mixture of jealousy and admiration that France had succeeded in creating an elite of Africans in the image of Frenchmen, an elite that was helping to perpetuate French colonial rule. To greater or lesser extent, all colonial powers produced similar cadres to manage and buttress their colonial empires in Africa and elsewhere. After the Second World War, it became obvious that colonial rule could not forever be maintained in the same form in Africa, Asia having already broken loose and Africa being restless. When the awareness that the end was in sight became generalized, the metropolitan powers turned to their colonial cadres and handed to them the reins of policy in politically independent Africa. It should be emphasized that the choice that Africa should be free was not made by the colonial powers, but by the people of Africa. Nevertheless, the changeover from colonialism to what is known as neocolonialism did have the element of conspiracy in it. In 1960, the then British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan made the oft-quoted statement that a wind of change was blowing across Africa. That was the bourgeois way of expressing what Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai was soon to assert, namely that Africa was ripe for revolution. In order to delay or hijack the African Revolution, the colonizing powers turned to a group they had already created for a different purpose, the elite of colonially educated Africans, from among whom were selected wherever possible those who were most suitable for elevation to political leadership, and the administration and military apparatus were left in the hands of similarly trustworthy cadres.
There were a few far-sighted Europeans who all along saw that the colonial educational system would serve them if and when political independence was regained in Africa. For instance, Pierre Fonsen, a founder of the Alliance Française, stated at the beginning of this century that it is necessary to attach the colonies to the metropole by a very solid psychological bond against the day when their progressive emancipation ends in a form of federation, as is probable, that they be and they remain French in language, thought, and spirit. Yet it was the British who first appreciated that they should bow to the inevitable and grant African independence. While the French introduced a few African representatives into their own parliament in France so as to try and keep African territories tied to France, the British began to prepare to hand over to certain selected Africans. In the metropolitan capitalist countries, there were, and still are, elite schools which provided the bulk of the political and other leadership. The English public schools of Eton, Harrow, Rugby, and Winchester are well known as training grounds of the British ruling class, and by many authorities they are considered more important than the universities to which the students of such secondary schools invariably go. In France, at the secondary level, it was, and still is, usual to find that students emerging from places like the Lycée Louis-le-Grand and the École Normale Supérieure Rue d'Aume are the future cabinet ministers and top executives of that country. In the United States, in spite of the myth that everyone can reach the top, a high proportion of the ruling class went to exclusive schools like the private boys' schools of Groton, St. Paul's, St. Mark's, and Phillips Exeter. Under African conditions, anyone who went to school in the colonial period virtually entered the elite, because the numbers enjoying that privilege even at the primary level were so small. In addition, within each colony there tended to be at least one secondary school or higher institute which played the role of furnishing the politico-administrative personnel of Africa in the era of political independence. The names of cabinet ministers and permanent secretaries of individual African countries can be found on the school rolls of Gordon College, Sudan, Alliance High School, Kenya, King's College, Budo, Uganda, Tabora Secondary School, Tanzania, Livingstonia, Malawi, William Ponty, Senegal, Sierra Leone Grammar School, Mfensipim, Ghana, the Lycée Gallieni, Madagascar, and a few others. Besides, there were Makerere, Furabe, and Achimota as long-standing university or near-university institutions. In retrospect, it is now very clear that one of the most significant aspects of the colonial educational system was that provided by the armed forces and police. Colonial armies such as the King's African Rifles, the French Free Army, and the Congolese Force Publique produced sergeants who later became the majors and generals of independent Africa, and in several instances, the heads of states. Policemen also achieved similar rapid promotion, although their political position has been rather weaker than the military proper. Like their civilian counterparts, the future police and military elite were at one time trained to be simply low-level assistants to the colonial overlords, but once independence was in sight, they were judged by the colonizers to have the requisite qualities of colonial cadres, fit to be part of the ruling class of neo-colonial Africa. In a few instances, the colonial powers towards the latter part of the colonial period rushed to train a few Africans at the metropolitan higher institutions of scientific violence, notably Sandhurst Military Academy and Hendon Police School, Britain, and Saint-Cyr Military Academy in France. Those few who were selected for such training were the cream of the military elite, corresponding to those African civilians who went to university either in Africa or abroad. Most of what emerged from the colonial educational system was not unique. Educational systems are designed to function as props to a given society, and the educated in the young age groups automatically carry over their values when their turn comes to make decisions in the society. In Africa, the colonialists were training low-level administrators, teachers, NCOs, and railroad booking clerks for the preservation of colonial relations, and it is not surprising that such individuals would carry over colonial values into the period after independence was regained. The colonialists, meanwhile, took action wherever possible to ensure that persons most favorable to their position continued to man African administrations and assumed new political and state police powers. Such a presentation of events would be termed one-sided by many Europeans and Africans too. In a sense, that is true, and the one-sidedness is deliberate. It is a presentation of what the colonial educational system achieved in terms of what it set itself to achieve. The other side of the matter is not the good with which colonial educators can be credited, but rather the good that emerged in spite of the efforts and intentions of the colonizers and because of the struggles of African people. Development by contradiction. The only positive development in colonialism was when it ended. It is the purpose of this section to sketch briefly how that development came about, with particular reference to the role of the educated sector. In contrast to a subjective interpretation of what was good about colonialism on the one hand and what was bad about it on the other, there is the approach which follows closely the aims and achievements of the colonizers and the counter-aims and achievements of the African people. Sometimes, Africans were restricted merely to manipulating colonial institutions as best they could. But in addition, certain fundamental contradictions arose within colonial society, and they could only be resolved by Africans regaining their sovereignty as a people. Analysis based on the perception of contradictions is characteristic of Marxism. Thus, Soviet historians approach the disintegration of colonialism within the following framework. Colonialism fettered the development of the enslaved peoples. To facilitate colonial exploitation, the imperialists deliberately hampered economic and cultural progress in the colonies, preserved and restored obsolete forms of social relations, and fomented discord between nationalities and tribes. However, the drive for super profits dictated development of the extractive industry, plantations, and capitalist farms in the colonies. In consequence, social changes took place in the colonies irrespective of the will of the colonizers. Among the different segments of the African population within the so-called modern sector produced by capitalist activity, the cash crop peasantry was the largest. African cash crop farmers had profound grievances against the colonizers, centering on the low price for African products and sometimes on land alienation. Wage earners and urban workers had definitely lost their land and were resisting wage slavery. They did so by organizing as the European proletariat had been doing since its formation, and by compact organization, African workers made their presence felt much more strongly than their limited numbers might otherwise have warranted. In the end, the numerical predominance of peasants and those who had one foot in the subsistence sector was registered in the mass parties. But while peasants depended on sporadic revolts and boycotts to express their grievances, wage earners were engaged in a more continuous process of bargaining, petitioning, and striking.
The smallest of the social groupings was that of the educated elite or intelligentsia. As noted earlier, the number of Africans receiving education in the colonial period was so small that anyone who went to school was privileged and belonged to an elite. There were only a few lawyers and doctors, concentrated mainly in North and West Africa. Generally speaking, the intelligentsia were students, clerks, and teachers. The group of the educated also overlapped with that of organized labor leadership, with the traditional African ruling stratum, with ex-servicemen and police, and with traders and independent craftsmen. Altogether, the educated played a role in African independence struggles far out of proportion to their numbers because they took it upon themselves and were called upon to articulate the interests of all Africans. They were also required to provide the political organization that would combine all the contradictions of colonialism and focus on the main contradiction, which was that between the colony and the metropole. The contradiction between the educated and the colonialists was not the most profound. Ultimately, it was possible for the colonizers to withdraw and to satisfy the aspirations of most of the African intelligentsia without in any way relieving the peasant and worker majority, who were the most exploited and the most oppressed.
However, while the differences lasted between the colonizers and the African educated, they were decisive. It has already been argued at some length that colonial education reached a limited number of Africans, that it was restricted to elementary levels, and that its pedagogical and ideological function was such as to serve the interests of Europe rather than Africa. Even so, the numbers enrolled would have been much smaller were it not for efforts on the part of Africans themselves. The secondary school opportunities would have been narrower, and the ideological content would have been more negative if the activities of the African masses were not in constant contradiction to the aims of European colonizers. Above all, education for continued enslavement never quite fulfilled its purpose. Instead, different levels of contradiction arose, leading to independence and in some cases heralding a new socialist epoch by the end of colonialism. If there is anything glorious about the history of African colonial education, it lies not in the crumbs which were dropped by European exploiters, but in the tremendous vigor displayed by Africans in mastering the principles of the system that had mastered them. In most colonies, there was an initial period of indifference toward school education, but once it was understood that schooling represented one of the few avenues of advance within colonial society, it became a question of Africans clamoring and pushing the colonialists much further than they intended to go. When Africans took great pains to enter the cash crop economy, that generally suited European capitalist ends. But African initiatives in the sphere of education were producing results antagonistic to at least some of the purposes of colonial exploitation. Education in French colonial Africa has been referred to several times from the viewpoint of French policy. French administrators also commented on African efforts to go beyond the limited number of cadres that the French had in mind, and whom the French were prepared to subsidize out of African taxes. In 1930, the Governor-General of French West Africa reported, "Each new school that is opened is immediately filled to overflowing. Everywhere, natives in their multitude are clamoring to be educated. Here, a chief wants a school of his own, so he builds it. Or, again, some village or other may offer to bear the cost of fitting out a school. At certain places on the Ivory Coast, the villagers pay the teachers out of their own pockets. Our pupils often come from distances of 20 to 50 kilometers." African enthusiasm in seeking more and higher education was not confined to any part of the continent, although in some parts it was manifested at an earlier date and more intensely. For instance, the Gold Coast and Sierra Leone had a tradition of European education going back to the 17th century. Therefore, it was not at all surprising that in 1824, the Times educational supplement commented that there was a universal demand for better and more education on the Gold Coast. It was the Gold Coast which produced J.E.A. Agri, that distinguished African educator and nationalist, and he fired the imagination of Africans well beyond the Gold Coast, insofar as formal education was concerned. There was a definite correlation between the degree of colonial exploitation and the amount of social services provided, that applied to education in particular, so that urban, mining, and cash crop areas had a virtual monopoly of schools. That was partly due to the capitalist policy of enhancing the labor power of workers, but it was also the consequence of efforts made by Africans inside the cash economy. They made demands on the colonial administration, and they also went through a great deal of sacrifice and self-denial to get more school places. Thus, one finds that Igbos, who were earning income from palm oil, deployed a significant proportion of their small earnings into building schools, usually in association with the church. Incidentally, it should be noted here that what were called church or mission schools were often entirely financed by Africans. They paid church dues, they made donations for the church harvest, they sometimes contributed to a special education fund, and they often paid school fees. That pattern was widespread in Igbo land, and it was not uncommon in other parts of colonial Africa. The existence of schools should be traced through the church back to palm oil and the people's labor. Indeed, it must not be forgotten that missionaries, administrators, white settlers, the whole lot were living off African labor and resources. In the cash crop areas of British Africa, it also became the practice to try and use the agricultural produce boards and similar institutions to finance education. After all, the agricultural boards were supposed to have been established in the interest of peasant producers. They concentrated on exporting surplus in the form of dollar reserves for Britain. But towards the end of colonial rule in the self-government epoch, it was too much of a scandal to avoid giving Africans some small part of the benefits of their labor, and so the produce boards were prevailed upon to make some funds available for education. For example, in 1953, the Ugandan Legislative Council voted to spend about £11 million from the Cotton Price Stabilization Fund on welfare schemes, with agricultural education receiving a big slice.
Among those Africans who did somewhat better than their brothers financially, some philanthropy was expressed in terms of helping African children go to school. The historical records of African education under colonial rule reveal certain tidbits, such as the fact that the first secondary school was established in Somalia in 1949, not by the colonial administration or on the initiative of the church, but by a Somali trader. Of course, it is still expected in Africa that anyone who is already educated and is earning a salary should in turn help to educate at least one more member of his extended family. That is precisely because his extended family and his village community often made sacrifices to allow him to be educated in the first place. That was as true in Mauritania as it was in the reserves of South Africa, and no African would have any difficulty in supplying his own examples to that effect. There are now available a number of biographies of Africans who gained prominence in the colonial period, usually in the movement for the regaining of African independence. It invariably emerges from reading such biographies how much of a struggle it was to be educated in colonial times. The same conclusion can be reached through reading the modern African novel, because the novelist, while writing what is called fiction, is concerned with capturing reality. Apologists for colonialism talk as though education were a big meal handed down to Africans on a platter. It was not. The educational crumbs dropped were so small that individuals scrambled for them. They saved incredibly from small earnings and sent their children to school. And African children walked miles to and from school and thought nothing of it. But apart from physical and financial sacrifices, Africans in some colonies had to wage a political battle to have the principle of African education accepted. The colonies in question were those with white settler populations. In Kenya, white settlers made it clear that as far as they were concerned, an uneducated African was better than an educated one, and that one with the rudiments of education was at least preferable to one with more than a few years of schooling. The Beecher Report on Education in Kenya, produced in 1949, was heavily influenced by white settlers, and it stated frankly, illiterates with the right attitude to manual employment are preferable to products of the schools who are not readily disposed to enter manual employment. Because the white settlers were close to the center of political power in the colonial system, they were able to apply their principles to education in Kenya. Very little education went to Africans. In effect, that meant an exception to the rule that more social facilities followed heightened exploitation. But the Kikuyu, who were the most exploited in Kenya, did not accept the situation passively. One line of approach was to bombard the colonial government with demands, even though Africans were in a far less favorable position to do so than white settlers. The demands were partially successful. The Beecher Report grudgingly conceded a few schools to Africans at the primary and secondary level by suggesting places for 40% of African children at junior primary, 10% at senior primary or intermediate, and 1% at secondary level. But by 1960, the number of primary schools was double what the whites thought should have been achieved by that date, and the number of secondary institutions was 3 times what the white settlers had succeeded in recommending. Besides, where the government was reluctant to build schools or to subsidize missionaries to do so with African taxes, there was an even greater incentive to handle educational matters directly.
In Kenya, there was a spate of what came to be called independent schools, comparable to the independent churches, and in fact springing from independent churches for the most part. The independent schools in Kenya formed two major associations, namely the Kikuyu Independent Schools Association and the Kikuyu Karinga Education Association, formed in 1929. In practice, just as the European Christian missions used schools to attract converts, so the independent churches attached great importance to schooling. John Chilembwe made striking efforts in that respect, aided by brothers recruited from among African descendants in the United States. The Muslim religion was also a stimulator of educational advance during the colonial period. In North Africa, Muslims often found it necessary to channel their efforts into schools other than those built by the colonialists. The Society of Reformist Ulema in Algeria started a large primary school program in 1936. By 1955, its primary schools catered to 45,000 Algerian children, and from 1947, it also ran a large secondary school. Similarly, in Tunisia, Popular Initiative financed modern Quranic primary schools, providing places for 35,000 children, equivalent to 1 out of 4 going to primary school. In Morocco, the Muslim schools that were established by popular effort possessed the unusual feature of aiming at women's emancipation by having a high percentage of girls, far higher than government schools. The French colonial administration deliberately kept mention of such schools out of their official reports, and they tried to keep their existence hidden from visitors. Another striking example of African self-help with regard to education was the project sponsored by the Graduates General Congress in Sudan. Founded by students, merchants, and civil servants in 1937, the Graduates Congress embarked on a program of school building. Within 4 years, 100 schools were opened with the help of voluntary contributions. A smaller but equally exciting experiment was that of the Bugabu United Schoolboys Association, founded by 2 schoolboys in Mwanza, Tanganyika, in 1947. It was aimed at adult education and, in a short time, attracted over 1,000 people of all ages. The organizers set up a camp where they housed and fed those who turned up while imparting to them the rudiments of literacy. When Kikuyu peasants or Ga market women or Kabyle shepherds saved to build schools and educate their children, that was not entirely in accordance with the objective of the colonialists, who wanted cash crop payments and other money in circulation to return as profits to the metropoles through the purchase of consumer goods. In such small ways, therefore, Africans were establishing an order of priorities different from that of the colonialists. This intensified in the later years of colonialism, when education came to be seen as having political significance in the era of self-government. Having received higher education in colonial Africa in the post-Second World War era, a French African could reach as far as the French Assembly in Paris, while an English colonial subject might reach the local legislative assembly as an elected or nominated member. Those openings were absolutely devoid of power, and they were opportunities that only the merest handful could achieve, but they were stimulants nonetheless, giving Africans the notion that considerable vertical mobility would accompany education. In French Equatorial Africa in the late 1940s, it was the African governor Félix Iboyi who spearheaded the demands for more education for Africans, and he was successful to some extent in forcing the hand of his masters in the French Overseas Ministry. In that same period and subsequently, it was also African effort in the legislative councils that kept the question of education to the fore. The British had handpicked a few educated Africans and some chiefs to advise the governor in the legislative assembly. Generally, they were decorative, like the plumes of the governor's helmet, but on the issue of education, no African could possibly avoid at least voicing some dissatisfaction with the poor state of affairs.
Ultimately, from a purely quantitative viewpoint, Africans pushed the colonialists, and the British in particular, to grant more education than was allowed for within the colonial system, and that was an important and explosive contradiction that helped Africans regain political independence.
It has been observed that British colonies tended to create an educated sector that was larger than that which the colonial economy could absorb. The explanation for that lies in the efforts of African people. Although it is true that the French were more rigorous in rejecting African demands, keeping to their schedule of training only a cadre elite to serve French interests. As it was, in a colony such as Gold Coast, African efforts to achieve education undoubtedly went beyond the numbers required to service the economy. Gold Coast was one of the first colonies to experience the crisis of primary school leavers, or the secondary school bottleneck. That is to say, among those leaving primary schools, many were frustrated because they could not find places in secondary schools. Nor could they find jobs in keeping with the values they had obtained in school, and in keeping with the internal stratification of African society caused by capitalism. It is sometimes said that Kwame Nkrumah organized the illiterates in the Convention People's Party. That was a charge contemptuously made by other conservatively educated Ghanaians, who thought that Nkrumah was going too far too fast. In reality, the shock troops in Nkrumah's youth brigade were not illiterate. They had been to primary school and could read the manifestos and the literature of the African nationalist revolution, but they were extremely disaffected because, among other things, there were relative latecomers on the educational scene in Gold Coast, and there was no room in the restricted African establishment of the cocoa monoculture. Colonial powers aimed at giving a certain amount of education to keep colonialism functioning. Africans, by various means, required more education at the lower level than their allowance, and this was one of the factors which brought about deep crisis and forced the British to consider the idea of withdrawing their colonial apparatus from Gold Coast. The timetable for independence was also speeded up against the will of the British. As is well known, the regaining of independence in Ghana was not just a local affair, but one that was highly significant for Africa as a whole. It therefore highlights the importance of at least one of the educational contradictions in bringing about political independence in Africa. The Gold Coast colony was not the only one in which there appeared the problem of bottleneck because of the shallowness of the educational pyramid. In the area that was once the colonial federation of the Rhodesias and Nyasaland, educators in the 1950s were commenting on the primary school leavers crisis. They claimed to have had a surplus of sixth-grade leavers. A set of colonies that was educating an insignificant number of African school children had a surplus of primary school leavers. All it meant was that colonialism was so bankrupt and had so underdeveloped Africa that it had no use for more than a handful of educated. Furthermore, the colonialists had assured every struggling African that if he endured missionary education, he would be given a white-collar job and a passport to civilization. But on leaving school, African youth found the promises to be false. One sixth-grade leaver in the Central African Federation wrote the following letter to a magazine in 1960. After I had passed Standard 6, I spent the whole year at home because I could not get a place anywhere to further my education. At the beginning of this year, I went to look for work, but failed to get it again from January until now. If I had known that my education would have been useless, I would have told my father to not waste his money in educating me from the beginning to Standard 6. It would be fairly reasonable to assume that the writer of that letter opposed the white settler Central African Federation. Whether or not he consciously rationalized the matter, he was bound to act as a product of the deep contradictory forces within colonialism, forces which had produced the discrepancy between promise and fulfillment in terms of his own personal life. Occasionally, the frustrated school leavers might vent their sentiments in a non-constructive manner. For instance, the problem of bottleneck in education and employment arose in Ivory Coast by 1958, and in a context of confused African leadership, the youth of Ivory Coast decided that their enemy was the group of Dahomeans and Senegalese who were employed in Ivory Coast. However, on the whole, The situation of frustration aided Africans to perceive more clearly that the enemy was the colonial power, and it therefore added another platform to the movement for regaining African independence. Africans clashed with the colonial structure not just over the quantity of education, but also over the quality of education. One of the key topics for disagreement was colonial agricultural education, to which reference has already been made. The colonialists seemed surprised that a continent of agriculturalists should reject education which was supposedly intended to raise the level of their agriculture. Indeed, some Africans came out against agricultural education and other reforms to Africanize curriculums for what appears to have been selfish elitist reasons. For instance, one Ghanaian demanded that there should be not a single change from the teaching program as used in metropolitan France. "We want a metropolitan curriculum and the same diplomas as in France, for we are as French as the French of the metropoles," he declared. In Tanganyika, during German days, there were also protests against changing the formal and literary educational program as it had been introduced body and soul from Europe. A prominent Tanganyikan African, Martin Kayamba, advocated that those who think that literary education is unsuitable for Africans ignore the fact of its importance and indispensability to any sort of education, and therefore deny the Africans the very means of progress. Statements such as the above have to be seen in their correct context to understand that the African response was perfectly justified. The colonialist value system assigned a low value to manual activity and a high value to white-collar bureaucratic work. Even more important, the colonial economy offered discriminating compensation to those who had literary or bookish education, as opposed to those with manual skills. It was extremely difficult to convince any sane African that education which would send him to dig the soil to get 100 shillings at the end of the year was more appropriate than education which qualified him to work in the civil service for 100 shillings per month. When Europeans preached that brand of wisdom, Africans were suspicious.
Africans were very suspicious about taxes in the colonial era. They never wanted to be counted, nor did they want their chickens to be counted, because bitter experience had shown them that that was how the colonialists assessed taxes. Similarly, on educational issues, there was no confidence in colonial plans to provide different versions of education because such plans almost invariably meant an even more inferior education and one that was more blatantly intended to be education for underdevelopment. The most extreme example of a colonial education system designed to train Africans to fill their natural role of manual laborers was that in South Africa after the introduction of the Bantu Education Act in 1953. However, the earlier attempts by the British and French to set up what they called farm schools or initiation schools were along the same lines as have since been ruthlessly pursued by the racists in South Africa. The non-literary education had the superficial appearance of being more relevant to Africa, but it was really inferior education for a people who were supposedly inferior in order to make them accept their own exploitation and oppression. As Abdu Mumuni put it, colonial education was cut-rate education. It offered, by European standards, low-quality substitutes to suit what was described as the limited intellectual capacity of Africans. In French colonial Africa, the diplomas were seldom equal to those in the metropoles at comparable levels, and in British East Africa, one official asked educators to bear in mind the gap between themselves and the grubby savages whom Britain was attempting to civilize. It is in this context that agricultural education, in particular, revealed itself as an exercise in deception. Consequently, the struggle against agricultural or rural schools was one of the most bitter struggles waged by African nationalists and helped heighten consciousness at all levels of African society with regard to the fundamentally exploitative and racist nature of colonialism. In French West Africa, for example, the farm schools were determinedly opposed after the last war, and the French colonial government had to abolish them. In Tanganyika and Niassa,
The confrontation between the colonialists and the African people was much bigger because opposition to agricultural education was associated with opposition to agricultural education innovations, such as terracing, which were forced upon people without consultation and without taking into account the varying conditions in different localities. In East Africa, the British made a few determined efforts to introduce what they considered as relevant agricultural education. One pilot scheme was at Nyakato in Tanganyika, which involved transforming a secondary school into an agricultural school in 1930. It lasted for 9 years, with tutors recruited from Britain and South Africa, but in the end, the attempt failed because of protest by students and the population of the region. Although the school claimed to be offering new agricultural skills, it was readily recognized that it was part of a program defining the correct attitudes and natural place which Europeans thought fit for the natives. In the 1940s, as Africans sought to change features of the educational system, they naturally had to demand a voice in councils that formulated education policy. That was in itself a revolutionary demand, because colonial people are supposed to be ruled, not to participate in decision-making. Besides, on the issue of educational policy-making, Africans not only alarmed the administrators, but they trod on the corns of the missionaries, who generally felt that they inherited education at the partition of Africa. All of those clashes were pointing in the direction of freedom for colonial peoples, because in the background there was always the question of political power. It would be erroneous to suggest that educated Africans foresightedly moved with the intention of regaining African independence. There would have been very few indeed who, as early as 1939, would have joined Chief Isian of Calabar in asserting, "Without education, it will be impossible for us to get to our destination, which is Nigeria's economic independence and Nigeria's political independence." But education, both formal and informal, was a powerful force which transformed the situation in post-war Africa in such a way as to bring political independence to most of colonized Africa within 2 decades. There were also a few Europeans who foresaw what were called the dangers of giving Africans a modern education, namely, the possibility of its leading towards freedom. Certainly, Europeans were not at all happy with any schools which were of the European type, but which were not under direct colonialist control. For example, the independent schools of Kenya were disliked by white settlers in that colony and by other Europeans outside Kenya. One Catholic mission report from nearby Tanganyika in 1933 warned against allowing Tanganyika Africans to set up schools controlled by themselves. It noted, "Independent schools are causing difficulties in Kenya. These schools may easily become hotbeds of sedition." When the Mau Mau War for land and liberation broke out in Kenya, one of the first things the British government did was to close the 149 schools of the Kikuyu Independent Schools Association, 21 schools of the Kikuyu Karinga Education Association, and 14 other independent schools. They were considered training grounds for rebellion, a term which essentially captures the fear expressed in the Catholic mission report just cited. Europeans knew well enough that if they did not control the minds of Africans, they would soon cease to control the people physically and politically. Similarly, in North Africa, the French colonial power and the white colons, or settlers, did not take kindly to the self-help schools of the colonized Algerians and Tunisians. The purpose of the schools set up by the Society of Reformist Ulema in Algeria was that they should be modern and scientific, but at the same time present learning in the context of Arab and Algerian culture. Pupils at the Ulema schools began their lessons by singing together, "Arabic is my language, Algeria is my country, Islam is my religion." It was no wonder, therefore, that the colonialists victimized pupils and parents and took repressive measures on the grounds that these schools were also hotbeds of sedition.
The missionaries asked for control of schools because that was one of their drawing cards for the church itself, and because they considered themselves as experts on the side of cultural imperialism, which they called civilizing. However, there were other Europeans, both in and without the colonies, who were absolutely opposed to schools, be they Christian, independent, government, or Islamic. Starting from a racist position, they asserted that offering education to Africans was like throwing pearls before swine. Some of the most violent expressions of racism were directed at educated Africans. Starting from the time of individuals like Lord Luggard and through to the days of last colonial administrators like Sir Alan Burns, many colonialists demonstrated hostility to educated Africans. Educated Africans made colonialists extremely uneasy because they did not conform to the image which Europeans like to harbor of the unspoiled African savage.
But if one goes to the heart of the matter, it can be discerned that the white racists did not seriously believe that Africans could not master knowledge then in the possession of Europeans. On the contrary, the evidence of educated Africans was before their eyes, and the white settlers especially feared that, given an opportunity, far too many Africans would master white bourgeois knowledge too thoroughly. Such Africans would, therefore, refuse to work as agricultural laborers for 12 shillings per month. They would compete with Europeans in semi-skilled categories, and above all, they would want to govern themselves. In the records of colonialism, it is not uncommon to encounter the following type of remark: "What need is there to educate the natives? You will give them the weapons to destroy you." In one sense, those Europeans were simply dreamers, because giving education to Africans was not an option which could have been avoided. It was an objective necessity to keep colonialism functioning. P.E. Mitchell, who later became governor of Uganda, remarked in 1928 that, regret it as he may, no director of education can resist the demand for clerks, carpenters, shoemakers, and so on, trained in European methods to meet European needs. These men are not being trained to fit into any place in the life of their own people, but to meet the economic needs of a foreign race. At the same time, the available education was also a consequence of the irrepressible actions of the African people, who hoped to move forward within the alien system. So those Europeans who were absolutely opposed to giving education to Africans did not understand the contradictions of their own colonial society. But in another sense, they were defending the interests of colonialism. Firstly, however much the colonialists tried, they could not succeed in shaping the minds of all Africans whom they educated in schools. The exceptions were the ones who were going to prove most dangerous to colonialism, capitalism, and imperialism. And secondly, the most timid and the most brainwashed of educated Africans harbored some form of disagreement with the colonialists, and, in the pursuit of their own group or individual interests, the educated elite helped to expose and undermine the structure of colonial rule. Keeping the above distinction in mind, one can consider both those contradictions which arose between the colonizers and the African educated as a whole, and those which arose between the colonizers and particular individuals among the African educated. As already noted, insufficient educational facilities and inadequate jobs were the complaints raised by the lower echelons of those who were educated in Africa during the colonial period. Those who went to secondary school or institutions of higher learning found little access to remunerative and responsible posts because they were destined to fill the lower ranks of the civil and business administration. After working for 20 years, an African in the civil service would have been extremely lucky to have become head clerk, or in the police to have become a sergeant. Meanwhile, to add insult to injury, any European doing the same job as an African got higher pay, and whites who were less qualified and experienced were placed above Africans who did the jobs their superiors were paid to do. In the colonial civil service, to be a European was enough. It did not matter whether the white person was ignorant or stupid. He would be assured of drawing a fat salary and enjoying wide privileges. The Guinea-Bissau leader, Amilcar Cabral, gave an example of that type. I was an agronomist working under a European who everybody knew was one of the biggest idiots in Guinea. I could have taught him his job with my eyes shut, but he was the boss. This is something which counts a lot. This is the confrontation which really matters. Questions such as salaries, promotions, leave, and allowances were ones which were of paramount interest to most African civil servant associations and welfare or improvement associations. There should be no illusions concerning the factor of self-interest, but their complaints were justified in terms of the discrepancy between their living standards and those of white expatriates or settlers, as well as in terms of the ideology of the very bourgeoisie who had colonized Africa. The educational process had equipped a few Africans with the grasp of the international community and of bourgeois democracy, and there was a most unsatisfactory credibility gap between the ideals of bourgeois democracy and the existence of colonialism as a system which negated freedom. Inevitably, the educated started gravitating in the direction of claims for national independence, just as educated Indians had done much earlier on the Indian subcontinent. According to official Spanish sources, it is said that the school system in Spanish Guinea achieved all that the colonizers expected of it. It produced the required Africans who loved Spaniards more than the Spaniards loved themselves, but it produced no opponents of the colonial regime. It is difficult to believe the truth of such an assertion. The Spanish took good care that no one from outside got wind of what things were like in the small Spanish colonies in Africa. However, if it were true that the colonial educational system in Spanish Guinea created only whitewashed Africans according to plan, then that would represent an outstanding exception to the general rule. Wherever adequate evidence is available, it shows that the cultural imperialism of colonial education was successful in large measure, but was never entirely successful. It produced according to plan many loyal Kikuyu, Carpinists, Anglophiles, and Francophiles, but it also produced, in spite of itself, those Africans whom the colonialists called upstarts, malcontents, agitators, communists, terrorists. From the viewpoint of the colonialists, trouble often started with African students before they had completed studies. The Sudan, for example, has a history of nationalist student protests, and Madagascar was outstanding in that respect. From the early years of this century, a politicized student movement was growing in Madagascar, in spite of specific steps taken by two French governors. By 1816, Madagascar students had organized the Vai-Vato Society, seeking to kick out the French. When the Vai-Vato was discovered, students were brutally suppressed. However, as so often happens, students gained inspiration from the martyrdom of their fellows, and they resurfaced at a later date on the nationalist scene. Students who were taken to universities in the metropolis were the most favored and the most pampered of the Africans, selected by the white colonial overlords to become Europeanized, and yet they were among the first to argue vocally and logically that the liberty, equality, and fraternity about which they were taught should apply to Africa. African students in France in the post-war years were placed carefully within the ranks of the then conservative National Student Body, but they soon rebelled and formed the Federation of Students of Black Africa, FEANF, which became affiliated with the Communist International Union of Students. In Britain, African students formed a variety of ethnic and nationalist organizations and participated in the Pan-African movement. After all, most of them were sent there to study the British Constitution and constitutional law, and for what it's worth, the word freedom appears in those contexts rather often. The fascists who ruled Africans at some points during the colonial epoch tried to avoid bourgeois democratic ideals altogether. For example, while the Italian fascists were in charge of Somalia between 1922 and 1941, they took away from history textbooks all reference to Mazzini and Garibaldi, two key leaders of the democratic wing of the Italian nationalist movement of the 19th century. Yet the clerks and NCOs who received that education went into the Somali Youth League and fought for independence at the head of popular forces.
The fact of the matter is that it was not really necessary to get the idea of freedom from a European book. What the educated African extracted from European schooling was a particular formulation of the concept of political freedom. But it did not take much to elicit a response from their own instinctive tendency for freedom. And, as has just been noted in the Somali instance, that universal tendency to seek freedom manifested itself among Africans even when the most careful steps were taken to extinguish it. There was no sector of colonial life in which educated Africans appeared and remained wholly loyal to the colonialists. teachers were supposed to have been steeped in the culture of domination, so as to pass it on to other Africans. But in the end, many of them stood at the vanguard of the national independence movements. African priests and pastors were supposed to have been the loyal servants of God and his European lieutenants. But the church gave birth in Nyasaland to John Chilembe as early as the First World War. Shortly afterwards, in Congo, when Simon Kimbangu started his independent church, he actually threatened the colonialists that he would introduce Bolshevism. It is particularly interesting to notice that the colonialists could not be sure of the loyalty of their African troops. It has already been argued that the army and police were educational and socializing institutions to perpetuate colonialist and capitalist power and values. How successfully they served that function can be seen in the number of veterans of Burma and Indochina who returned to the continent to carry out loyally the policies of Britain and France, respectively. Colonel Bokassa of the Central African Republic and Colonel Lamizana of Upper Volta provide two outstanding examples, both of them having graduated from fighting the Vietnamese to a point where they are prepared to dialogue with the fascist apartheid state of South Africa. However, returned soldiers also played a very positive role in the national independence struggles after both wars, and occasionally, towards the end of colonial rule, African troops and police mutinied, as in Nyasaland in 1959. African trade unionists also went to school under colonialism. To begin with, the organization and activity of the small wage-earning sector in Africa bothered the colonialists a great deal. Their initial desire was to crush worker dissent and, when that appeared unlikely to succeed, to co-opt it and guide it along acceptable channels. The British Trade Union Council sponsored a number of African trade unions and tried to get them to accept a rigid separation between industrial matters, such as wages and working hours, and political matters. But the TUC was in that context acting on behalf of the British bourgeoisie, and they did not succeed in holding back the working class in Africa. African workers were able to appreciate that there was no difference between the private employers and the colonial administration. Indeed, the colonial administration itself was one of the biggest employers against whom workers had many charges. Consequently, in the 1940s and 1950s, it was common to have strikes that were specifically connected with the struggle for independence, notably in Gold Coast, Nigeria, and Sudan. The contradiction between French workers and African workers in French colonies emerged in a very acute form. The French trade union movement, and notably the Communist Union, the CGT, insisted that Africans should not have separate unions but should be members of French labor unions, just like any other French workers. That arrangement gave support to the juridical political fiction that places like Dahomey and Comoro Islands were not colonies, but merely the overseas section of France. Sékou Touré of Guinea was one of the first to break with the patronage of French trade unions and to establish an independent African trade union. In so doing, Sékou Touré made it very clear that the principal contradiction of the colonial situation was that between colonized peoples on the one hand and the colonizing nation on the other. So long as African workers remained colonized, they had to think of themselves firstly as African workers rather than members of an international proletariat. That interpretation, which was entirely in accordance with reality, led to the trade union movement taking on a highly politicized and nationalist role in French West Africa. It was an achievement which defeated the chauvinism of white French workers, as well as the class interests of the French bourgeoisie. The attitude of the white metropolitan working class towards their African counterparts was influenced by the prevailing racist values of capitalist society. Indeed, the racist factor heightened the principal contradiction between the colonizers and the colonized. Discriminatory racist methods and measures were found in every colony, with varying degrees of openness or hypocrisy. Sometimes white racism was vicious, and at other times it was paternalist. Nor did it necessarily reflect Europe's desire to exploit Africans economically. In southern Rhodesia, Racial discrimination was very much tied up with the white settlers maintaining their jobs and the stolen land. But when some semi-literate white inspector insulted an educated Sierra Leone, that may be referred to as gratuitous. Racism in such a context actually jeopardized economic exploitation, and it was merely the manifestation of prejudices that had grown over the centuries. The racial contradiction extended far beyond the shores of Africa because of the historical antecedents of the slave trade. It is not in the least surprising that Pan-African ideas should have been most forcefully expressed by West Indians like Garvey and Padmore, and North Americans like W.E.B. Du Bois and Alpheus Hunton. Those individuals had all been educated within the international capitalist structure of exploitation on the basis of class and race. Having realized that their inferior status in the societies of America was conditioned by the fact of being black and the weakness of Africa, the Pan-Africanists were forced to deal with the central problem of Europe's exploitation and oppression of the African continent. Needless to say, the metropolitan powers could never have foreseen that their humiliation of millions of Africans in the New World would ultimately rebound and help Africa to emancipate itself. The process by which Africa produced 30-odd sovereign states was an extremely complex one, characterized by an interplay of forces and calculations on the part of various groups of Africans, on the part of the colonial powers, and on the part of interest groups inside the metropoles. African independence was affected by international events, such as the Second World War, the rise of the Soviet Union, the independence of India and China, the People's Liberation Movement in Indochina, and the Bandung Conference. On the African continent itself, the domino theory operated, so that the re-emergence of Egypt under Nasser, the early independence of Sudan, Guinea, and Algeria, and the nationalist wars in Kenya and Algeria all helped to knock down the colonies that remained standing. However, it must be stressed that the move for the regaining of independence was initiated by the African people, and to whatever extent that objective was realized, the motor force of the people must be taken into account.
In a conference held by the French in Brazzaville in 1948 and chaired by General de Gaulle, it was explicitly stated that the establishment, even in the distant future, of self-government in the colonies is to be avoided. As is well known, the French eventually considered the idea of conceding independence to African peoples after being taught a salutary lesson by the Algerian people. Moreover, when Guinea chose independence in 1958, rather than accept being permanently a footstool for France, the French administrators literally went crazy and behaved like wild pigs before sailing from Guinea. They just could not cope with the idea of African independence. Apart from the Portuguese, the Belgians were the colonialists who were the most reluctant in withdrawing in the face of African nationalism. In 1955, a Belgian professor suggested independence for the Congo in 30 years, and he was regarded as a radical. Of course, Congo turned out to be one of the places where imperialism was successful in hijacking the African Revolution. But the order of events must still be considered. Firstly, it was the intensity of the Congolese and African demands that made independence thinkable as far as the Belgians were concerned. And secondly, it was precisely the strength and potential of the nationalist movement under Lumumba which forced the imperialists to resort to murder and invasion. The British make much of the fact that they conceded the idea of self-government immediately after the last war. But self-government was a long cry from independence, and the notion of training people for independence was nothing but a political gimmick. Lady Marjorie Perrin, a true voice of patronizing colonialism, admitted that the colonial office's timetable for independence had to be scrapped in the face of the mobilized African people. For that matter, even African leaders never hoped to achieve national sovereignty as rapidly as they did until the mass parties began to roll like boulders down a hillside. The fact that this analysis has been focused on the role of the educated Africans in the independence movements is not intended to detract from the vital activity of the broad African masses. including the sacrifice of life and limb. In brief, it is enough to say that the African people as a collective had upset the plans of the colonialists and had surged forward to freedom. Such a position may seem to be a mere revival of a certain rosy and romantic view of African independence, which was popular in the early 1960s, but on the contrary, it is fully cognizant of the shabby reality of neo-colonial Africa. It needs to be affirmed, from a revolutionary, socialist, and people-centered perspective, that even flag independence represented a positive development out of colonialism. Securing the attributes of sovereignty is but one stage in the process of regaining African independence. By 1885, when Africa was politically and juridically partitioned, the peoples and polities had already lost a great deal of freedom. In its relations with the external world, Africa had lost a considerable amount of control over its own economy ever since the 15th century. However, the loss of political sovereignty at the time of the scramble was decisive. By the same reasoning, it is clear that the regaining of political sovereignty by the 1960s constitutes an inescapable first step in regaining maximum freedom to choose and to develop in all spheres. Furthermore, the period of nationalist revolution gave rise to certain minority ideological trends which represent the roots of future African development. Most African leaders of the intelligentsia and even of the labor movement were frankly capitalists and shared fully the ideology of their bourgeois masters. Houphouët-Boigny was at one time called a communist by the French colonizers. He defended himself vigorously against the false charge in 1948. We have good relations with the French Communist Party, that is true, but that is obvious that does not mean that we ourselves are communists. Can it be said that I, Houphouët-Boigny, a traditional chief, a doctor of medicine, a big property owner, a Catholic, can it be said that I am a communist? Houphouët-Boigny's reasoning applied to so many more African leaders of the independence epoch. The exceptions were those who either completely rejected the worldview of capitalism or at least stuck honestly to those idealistic tenets of bourgeois ideology, such as individual freedom, and through experience they could come to realize that the ideals remained myths in a society based on the exploitation of man by man. Clearly, all leaders of the nonconformist type had developed in direct contradiction to the aims of formal and informal colonial education, and their differences with the colonizers were too profound to have been resolved merely by flag independence. African independence was greeted with pomp, ceremony, and a resurgence of traditional African music and dance. A new day has dawned. We are on the threshold of a new era. We have now entered into the political kingdom. Those were the phrases of the day, and they were repeated until they became clichés. But all the toing and froing from Cotonou to Paris and from London to Lusaka, and all the lowering and raising of flags cannot be said to have been devoid of meaning. Withdrawal of the directly controlled military and juridical apparatus of the colonizers was essential before any new alternatives could be posed with regard to political organization, social structure, and economic development. The above issues were raised most seriously by the minority of African leaders who had individually embarked on a non-capitalist path of development in their mode of thought. And the problems were considered within the context of inequalities and contradictions, not just between Africa and Europe, but also inside Africa, as a reflection of 4 centuries of slavery and 1 century of colonialism. As far as the mass of peasants and workers were concerned, the removal of overt foreign rule actually cleared the way towards a more fundamental appreciation of exploitation and imperialism. Even in territories like Cameroon, where the imperialists brutally crushed peasants and workers and installed their own tried and tested puppet, advance had been made insofar as the masses had already participated in trying to determine their own destiny. That is the element of conscious activity that signifies the ability to make history by grappling with the heritage of objective material conditions and social relations. Postscript by A.M. Babu. Are there shortcuts to economic development for the underdevelopment economics? This question has occupied the attention of many interested parties during the last decade. These include university lecturers, international economists, the United Nations and its agencies, the OAU, planning agencies, and economic ministers. Many international conferences under various sponsorships have been held during the decade, and volumes of resolutions, guidelines, learning documents, and theses have been published. The end result has been negative. The developing countries continue to remain underdeveloped, only getting worse in relation to the developed countries. By and large, the question still remains unanswered. Are we going to repeat the same exercise all over again during this decade? It appears that we are. Already, the UN has launched the second economic decade with the same zeal and fanfare as they did with the first. The same appeal has gone out to the developed countries to be charitable and contribute 1% of their national income for helping the developing countries, as if the population of the world can continue to condone poverty so that the rich can be charitable. If past experience is anything to go by, the 70s will experience the same disappointments which climaxed the end of the 60s. What, we may ask, has gone wrong? Is it something inherent in the very nature of underdevelopment that makes development such an impossible task? Among the many prescriptions that have been offered, e.g., cultural, social, psychological, even economic, none has produced any encouraging results. In fact, nearly all of them have had negative results and made bad situations worse. Are we to continue with the same experiments at the expense of the people who, let's face it, have borne the whole burden of these experiments throughout the last decade? This is the question to which all the developing countries, especially those in Africa, must address themselves. And the sooner the better, because there is very little time left before our economies become permanently distorted and probably too damaged for any meaningful reconstruction in the future. Dr. Walter Rodney, in this very instructive book, provides a very refreshing opening for discussions which may well lead to finding the right solution. He is raising the most basic and fundamental questions regarding the nature of underdevelopment and economic backwardness. Unlike many works of this nature, which to all intents and purposes have approached the problem with a sort of metaphysical outlook, garbed, it is true, in scientific terminology, Dr. Rodney follows the method of historical materialism, which in effect says, to know the present, we must look into the past, and to know the future, we must look into the past and the present. This is a scientific approach. We can at least be sure that the conclusions will not be marred by subjective distortions. It is clear, especially after reading Rodney's exposition, that throughout the last decade, we have been posing the wrong questions regarding economic backwardness. We did not look into the past to know the present. We were told and accepted that our poverty was caused by our poverty in the now famous theory of the vicious circle of poverty, and we went around in circles seeking ways and means of breaking that circle. Had we asked the fundamental questions which Rodney raises in this work, we would not have exposed our economies to the ruthless plunder brought about by foreign investments, which the exponents of the vicious circle theory urged us to do. For it is clear foreign investment is the cause and not a solution to our economic backwardness. Are we not underdeveloped now because we have been colonized in the past? There is no other explanation to the fact that practically the whole of the underdeveloped world has been colonized either directly or indirectly by the Western powers. And what is colonialism if it is not a system of foreign investments by the metropolitan powers? If it has contributed to our underdevelopment in the past, is it not likely to contribute to our underdevelopment now, even if the political reins are in our hands? Put in this way, the question of underdevelopment is immediately rendered more intelligible, even to the uninitiated. And this is how Dr. Rodney is directing us to pose our questions. The inevitable conclusion is that foreign investment does not only help to undermine our economies by extracting enormous profits, but it does more serious damage to the economies by distorting them into lopsidedness. If the process is not arrested in time, the distortion could be permanent. As long as we continue, as we have done for centuries, to produce for the so-called world market, which was founded on the hard rock of slavery and colonialism, our economies will remain colonial. Any development will be incidental, leaving the vast majority of the population wholly uninvolved in the economic activity. The more we invest in export branches in order to capture the world market, the more we divert away from investing for people's development, and consequently, the less effective our development effort. Since this type of investment does not contribute much towards the development of a material and technical base internally, our economies are rendered always responsive only to what the Western world is prepared to buy and sell, and hardly responsive to our internal development needs. That is why, although most of our development plans make elaborate resource allocations for rural projects, invariably most of these resources find their way back to the urban projects and consequently accentuate the urban-rural disparities. Slums, unemployment, social maladjustment, and finally, political instability are our most outstanding characteristics. Almost without exception, all the ex-colonial countries have ignored the cardinal development demand, namely, that to be really effective, the development process must begin by transforming the economy from its colonial, externally responsive structure to one which is internally responsive. Where we went wrong is when we followed blindly the assumptions handed down to us by our exploiters. These assumptions can be briefly stated as follows. Growth in underdeveloped countries is hampered by inadequate growth in exports and inadequate financial resources, and is made worse by the population explosion in these countries. And the solution is prescribed as follows. Step up exports, increase aid and loans from the developed countries, and arrest growth in population.
Throughout the last decade, our efforts have been to follow religiously the above prescription, and even if our own experience continues to disprove it, we still adhere to it even more fanatically. The greatest need appears to be a process of mental decolonization, since neither common sense nor sound economics, nor even our own experience, is with us in this. Experiences of other countries that have chosen a different path, a path of economic reconstruction, is most instructive here. Take North Korea or Albania. Both these countries were underdeveloped as late as the 50s. The reason they have been able to register the most outstanding economic progress is that they have decided to opt out of production for the so-called world market and have diverted their resources toward the development of a material and technological base internally. The Pearson Commission's report, Partners in Development, has been hailed even by the developing countries as ushering in a new era, a sort of turning point in international cooperation for development. Even if its recommendations were to be adopted and implemented in toto, it is doubtful if it would make any impact on the ever-widening gap between the developed and the developing countries. This is because it has avoided tackling the most fundamental question, namely,
can development take place when our production strategy is influenced by the demands of the world market, which is determined almost exclusively by the pattern of production and consumption within capitalist Europe and America? In other words, in distorting our economies to fit in with the demands of the world market, the demands of which are not always compatible with the demands of our own development, are we not in the process depriving our economies of the capacity for a self-sustaining growth which is a precondition to development? By posing the question in this style, it is possible to see through the smokescreen of international do-gooders and begin to understand the real cause of our underdevelopment. It is, of course, too much to expect Pearson, or people of his liberal inclination, to pose the question in this way, since their training and outlook considered this way of putting the question to be almost morally sinful and economically subversive. However, as leaders of the developing countries, we are obliged to adopt this style of posing the question, since we have taken upon ourselves the responsibility for steering a development course whose success or failure will affect one way or another the well-being of hundreds of millions of the people who comprise more than 2/3 of the human race. For too long, we have left their fate to be determined by the kind of production which is not based on the satisfaction of their wants, but rather on serving external interests as expressed by the accepted laws of supply and demand of the so-called world market. We have twisted their education in such a way that the skills we direct them to develop are geared towards serving the same ends of the world market rather than towards development of an internal material base, with the result that technologically and in relation to the developed world, we move backward rather than forward. We have tamely accepted the so-called international division of labor on behalf of our masses, and in doing so, we have condemned them to specialize in primary commodities whose production is conducive neither to the development of technological skills nor to the invention of advanced machinery, both of which are the preconditions to real economic development. The significance of Dr. Rodney's book is that it is addressed, quite appropriately, to the masses and not to the leaders, and one hopes that it will be instrumental in arousing some mass action by the people. In the absence of committed leadership, many African countries have fallen prey to military exploitation to the extent that today the generals constitute the majority at the African summit. This is as it should be, because when the political leadership loses the sense of internal direction, when in bewilderment it gives up its efforts to find solutions to people's problems and begins to accumulate wealth for its individual use, political leadership tends to get increasingly commandist in its state operations. Logic and rationale becomes subversive. And when politicians become commandists, they too become redundant, because who is better suited to giving command than the army? With very few exceptions, it is sad to have to admit that Africa is ill-served by the current conglomeration of what passes for leaders throughout the continent. When Asia and Latin America produce giants like Mao, Ho, and Che, who inspire and excite the imagination not only of their compatriots within their borders, but of the rest of the world, including the developed world, Africa has produced only one Nyerere and maintained him in power, while we have murdered Lumumba and have locked up or exiled leaders like Benbella and Nkrumah in response to the wishes of the imperialists, our donors, our moneylenders, our patrons, our masters, our trading partners. With all due respect, it is difficult to imagine, apart from one or two honorable exceptions, any of the present leaders who is capable of standing up for the genuine rights of his people, knowing that these rights are of necessity directly opposed to the interests of imperialism. And yet such a stand is necessary if we're to really fulfill our obligation as leaders. Otherwise, we have no right to impose our leadership on the people. While most of the leaders on the continent have no sense of urgency in solving the problems of people's misery, since they don't bear the brunt of their misery, the masses, who do, cannot wait. That is why I hope that Dr. Rodney's book will be read by as many people as possible, because it has come at a time when it is most needed for action. After reading the harrowing account of the brutalities of slavery, of subjugation, of deprivation and humiliation, when whole civilizations were crushed in order to serve the imperialist interests of the West, when settled societies were disintegrated by force of imperialist arms so that the plantation owners of the New World could get their uprooted and therefore permanent labor force to build what is now the most advanced capitalist economy, it becomes absolutely clear that the only way out of our current impasse is through a revolutionary path, a complete break with the system which is responsible for all of our past and present misery. Our future course must be guided dialectically. If, by looking into the past, we have known the present, to know the future, we must look into the past and the present. Our action must be related to our concrete experience, and we must not give way to metaphysical hopes and wishes, hoping and wishing that the monster who has been after us throughout our history will someday change into a lamb. He won't. As Engels puts it, freedom does not consist in the dream of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws. Freedom of the will, therefore, means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with knowledge of the subject. We know the subject too well, and he is a monster. Do we have the capacity to make a decision now that Dr. Rodney has provided us with the knowledge of the subject? The people must answer. Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, December 1971. A. M. Babu.
Guide to further reading. Chapter 1. There is a great deal of literature on development and underdevelopment, although less than one would expect in view of the importance of the subjects. Most of that which is available seeks to justify capitalism. Hence, there is a narrow concentration on economic development, and particularly on capitalist economies, rather than any analysis of human social development. That approach is challenged by Marxist writers in the metropoles and increasingly by scholars from the underdeveloped world. Friedrich Engels, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, Chicago, ch. Kerr. & Co., 1902. Karl Marx, Preface to a Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy. Karl Marx, Pre-Capitalist Economic Foundations, edited by E. J. Hobsbawm. New York, International Publishers, 1965. These three works are samples of writing by the founders of what is now called Marxism. Most of the publications of Marx and Engels have a relevance to the theme of development, with particular emphasis on feudal and capitalist times. Richard T. Gill, Economic Development, Past and Present, Englewood Cliffs and J., Prentice Hall, 1963. Ragnar Nursky, Problems of Capital Formation in Underdeveloped Countries, London, Oxford University Press, 1953. These are typical examples of bourgeois metropolitan views on development and underdevelopment. The first being a text for North American college students by a Canadian economist, and the second being a frequently reprinted work of one of the most prominent bourgeois advocates of the vicious circle of poverty theory. Unfortunately, these are also examples of the kind of book which dominates the shelves of any university or public library in Africa. The reader is invited to test this generalization. J. D. Bernal, Science in History, 4 volumes. Cambridge, MIT Press, 1972. Joseph Needham, Science and Civilization in China, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1954. Both of these are lengthy, but they should be tackled. Science and technology derive from the effort to understand and control the natural environment. Familiarity with the history of science is essential to an awareness of the development of society. Needham's book is cited here as a corrective to the fairly common view that science is something peculiarly European. Queso Furtado, Development and Underdevelopment, Berkeley, University of California, Press,
1967. A. G. Gunder Frank, Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1967. Thomas Sentis, The Economy of Underdevelopment, Budapest, Akadémiai Kiadó, 1971. The first writer is from Brazil, a country with a long history of dependence on and exploitation by the metropoles of Europe and North America. Frank's book reflects the thinking of many progressive Latin American intellectuals, and it has now become well entrenched as a view of Marxists inside the metropoles. Sentis is a Humboldt economist systematically applying Marxist insights to the actual data and processes of the underdeveloped world and imperialism as a whole. Samir Amin, The Class Struggle in Africa, Cambridge, M.A., Africa Research Group, 1977. Samir Amin is a North African. He stands out with regard to both the volume of his productions and the quality of his insights. The text cited above is very general, covering in outline the period of the roots of development in ancient Africa right up to the present and the projected socialist future. It is likely that more of his work will be translated into English, French being his working language.
Chapter 5. Here again, few scholars have treated capitalism and imperialism as an integral system involving the transfer of surplus and other benefits from colonies to metropoles. And where there is an awareness of the unity of the system, no detailed analysis necessarily follows. In effect, one is faced with the limitations of a metropolitan viewpoint. Thus, European or white American Marxists who expose the rapacious nature of modern capitalism within their own countries have not generally integrated this with the exploitation of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, except for the very recent neo-colonial period. George Padmore, Africa, How Britain Rules Africa, London, Wishart Books, Ltd., 1936. Kwame Nkrumah, Africa Must Unite, New York, International Publishers, 1970. Neocolonialism, The Highest Stage of Imperialism. W. A. Hunton, Decision in Africa, New York, International Publishers, 1957. The most vociferous remarks about Africa's contribution to Europe have been made by politically involved Pan-African intellectuals such as these three. Grover Clark, The Balance Sheets of Colonialism, New York, Russell and Russell, 1967. D.K. Fieldhouse, The Colonial Empires, New York, Delacorte Press, 1966. These two texts proclaim that colonialism was not essentially economic and that the colonizers did not gain. The second book is recent, and the view is still very much alive. USSR Institute of History, A History of Africa, 1918-1977. Pierre Jalis, The Pillage of the Third World, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1970. These Marxist texts, specifically about Africa and the exploited sector of the capitalist world, do make the point that the metropoles were extracting huge colonial surpluses. Chapter 6. Colonial rule generated a great deal of written material which can serve as one of the bases for historical reconstruction. Even the non-specialist in African history would be well advised to look at some original sources, such as the data compiled by Lord Haley. Approached with care, several of the anthropological texts also yield information and insights with regard to detailed changes in African social structures. Above all, however, the generations that suffered under colonialism are still living repositories of the continent's history. The collective knowledge of the African people derived from experience is the most authentic basis of the history of the colonial period. Unfortunately, much of the experience is not yet written down, but glimpses can be got from biographies of prominent Africans such as Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Oginga Odinga, and Kenneth Kaunda, as well as from the political writings of these and other leaders, notably Mwalimu Nyerere and Sekou Touré. The books by Padmore and Hunton mentioned in the literature for Chapter 5 are even more relevant in this context. Jack Wotus, Africa, The Roots of Revolt. London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1961. Africa, The Lion Awakes. Gan L.H., Dwignam P.J., The Burden of Empire. New York, Prager, 1967. The first author and his works are well known for supporting the African anti-colonial stand. The second example is a colonialist interpretation which offers a contrast. Abdu Momuni, Education in Africa. New York, Prager, 1968. Sloan and Kitchen, The Educated African. For data, the second book is useful. From the viewpoint of analysis, Momuni's book is superb. Frantz Fanon, Black Skins, White Masks. New York, Grove Press, 1967. The Wretched of the Earth. New York, Grove Press, 1963. Towards the African Revolution. New York, Monthly Review Press, 1967. These studies are unique in revealing the psychological aspects of enslavement and colonization as far as Africans are concerned, whether in the Americas or on the African continent. Fanon does not have any equal in analyzing the last stages of African colonialism and the advent of neocolonialism.
To everyone who stayed with us till the very end of Walter Rodney's book, How Europe Undeveloped Africa, we say thank you. You didn't just listen to a story, you walked through the mind of a man who gave everything to awaken Africa's conscience. You kept your ears open, your heart ready, and your spirit alive. And that's exactly what Walter Rodney would have wanted. An Africa that listens, learns, and rises again. But this journey doesn't end here. It continues, and every African who chooses knowledge over ignorance, courage over silence, and unity over division. So if this book moved you, if it opened your eyes or stirred something deep inside you, don't stop here. Subscribe to our channel so you don't miss our next inspiring African history and liberation stories. Voices like Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, and more. Leave a comment and tell us what part of Walter Rodney's journey inspired you most. We'd love to hear your voice. Like and share this video to spread the message to more minds across Africa and the diaspora. Together, we're building a community that remembers its heroes, reclaims its story, and rebuilds its future. Stay connected, stay conscious, and remember, knowledge is the first step toward freedom. Until next time, this is Afroscope, keeping the spirit of Africa alive one story at a time. See you in the next one.